Okay, that settles that. Welcome to the HDC. It is August 2nd, and it's about 4:03. Do I hear a motion to okay this agenda?
So moved.
Is there anybody on Zoom? No. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? No. So first up, first of all, is there any public comment?
I don't see any public.
I don't see any public, so I guess that's no comment there. Consent.
On commissioner comments, Madam Chair?
Oh, yeah, sure, commissioner
Can we just
comments.
hold those until Val gets in?
Okay.
Thank you.
But we can do signs.
Is somebody like, what is going on? This-
Upside down.
Okay, all right, I get it. Okay, so consents, commissioners' comments, public comment, sign committee.
Here she comes.
Here comes Val.
Madam Chair.
Val has just
Chairman-
entered.
Chairwoman.
Yes.
We do have enforcement and sign violations that you don't have to take a vote on it, but it's mostly for transparency that these are the properties that I'm sending violations out to.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
okay.
Do we have to know what one?
They're noted and we can certainly review them if you'd like me to
No, I
open
just
them
wondered.
or.
I just wondered who it was.
Um,
What's the address?
Oh, they're right, they're all listed, addresses and business name
Oh,
and I can certainly give you a brief description of what we're sending violations for, if you'd like me to, or.
Or I
I'm
can
not-
make a motion.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll make a motion to approve the enforcement sign violations as recommended by the sign committee.
Oh, I like that very much. All in favor of Stephen's
aye.
motion? Anybody opposed? No. Okay.
I have arrived.
Yes, I told, Terry, are you aware of Val's arrival? Terry, are you there?
Yes, I am. I saw her come in.
All right, okay. So, so first up, signs.
Make a motion to approve number 1, Dreamland Foundation.
The sign committee met this morning and per their request and recommendation, they would like to hold that for revisions.
Okay,
You
so
want to change that?
recommended to hold.
Okay, all in favor of Diane's motion to hold 17 South Water Street?
I,
Aye.
Any opposed? No, okay. Consents.
I have to step away
I do too.
Okay,
for a shed.
okay,
That
so
means us.
Steve and Diane and myself. Does anybody have any objections to anything on the consent? Stephen or Diane?
Not that I see. So I would make a motion to approve and apply the consent 1 through 30.
Excellent. All in favor of that motion?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? No. Consent with conditions.
I also have
Okay, and anybody else have to recuse?
every one of those consent conditions is up to the pool. Oh,
And a spa.
In a
No.
shed.
I should. Okay, so what do does anybody want to pull any of these out and take a look, or we okay?
Motion to approve consent with conditions.
Thank you, Stephen. Diane, or everybody on that motion? Aye. Thank you. No opposition?
Jesse Dutra is one of them.
Yay, Jesse.
Is he with us?
Well, no, but he got a pool on 76
I don't know where.
Comic
he's
Pond
going
Road.
to put it.
Old Biz.
Can we
It
go
was a
to
renew.
commissioner comments?
That one was a renew.
Oh, yeah, yep. Let's go back to commissioner comments. Go ahead, Stephen.
Okay, so on behalf of your organizational focus committee, a couple of quick comments. One is we have met and are developing or developed a interest form for a public notice to go out next week for what is going to be called the Resiliently Integrating Sustainable Energy. Now, there was the idea of calling it Integrating Sustainable Energy Resiliently, but if you say that slowly 3 times, eyesore, 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 it seemed like that wasn't a good start. So the goal of that is going to be to develop revisions for recommendations of the sustainable alternative energy alternatives in a way that, resiliently with respect to the historic district and the landmark, the resilience of the historic character and setting. A lot of discussion on there, robust discussion around topics and different matters. So it's been good, and I think we're looking forward to getting started on that. The public notice will go out, I hope, next week, and then we'll be able to take a look at the interest forms and suggest that people contact the state ethics so they have guidance on conflicts of interest and they know what level they can be involved in. And we'll kind of go from there. So more updates in the future. The other is we discuss best practices and bringing forth a couple of those, bringing forth best practices all under the umbrella of not, without in any way degrading the mission of the HTC, but to be more effective in processing applications. So for instance, as we did with fences, AC, and roof colors, we'll be putting forth recommendations on topics that can be more systematized than not, so that we don't have to have a lot of discussion. We can all make our thoughts known and vote on that, and then we can proceed with guidelines. So we think that'll be helpful for everyone. And those are the comments for now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, and what committee is that? You just said?
The Organizational Focus Committee.
We used to have John, but now down to us.
I think windows could be on that too, like historic, what's permissible on the front of the house in historic
Exactly.
windows.
Yeah, so I might as well just say, what we're gonna do when it comes to best practices is poll the membership of the commission to get their feedback. And then we have a list ourselves, and then we're gonna get a list of different concepts from members, applicants who've been in front of the HTC for years, such as Arthur Reed and others. And then we're gonna kind of go through them, vet them, and bring them forth for you all to consider so that you can make determinations on what you think is worth pursuing or not. And then we'll take it to the next step.
Yeah, I kind of want to sort of upgrade some colors too. I think that it's time to look at those historic colors. So
Great ideas.
okay, thank you, Stephen. So all right, new biz. Old business.
Old business.
32 Hulbert, Botticelli and Paul. That looks like a hold. Okay, we don't even have to look at that. I don't know if we have to vote on it or not, but
If we don't do anything, I don't think.
Just
No, you do not have to vote on it since it's noted on the agenda, which you approved.
okay, thanks, Terry. Okay, so new business. July 5th.
This one you might have to vote on.
Okay, 20 Orange Street. Obviously, they're not here, so
Motion.
Excuse me, Sai Tong here, sitting in for
Oh.
Botticelli and Paul,
oh,
representing this project on Zoom. Hopefully I'm coming in loud and clear.
yeah, thank you. Thank you for joining us. Would you like to present your project?
Sure. I think it's fairly straightforward removal of an exterior stair and door to a basement along the driveway of 20 Orange Street. We have some annotated drawings as well as some photographs of the site.
just removing that stair. Seems like a good thing. It's in the grade. I have no problem with this.
Yeah, I think it's just huge here. Plus, it's also,
Oh, Madam Chair,
Yes.
please, Val, remember to turn your mic on.
Okay, thank you, Terry.
And Holly's on Zoom.
Oh, hey, Holly, I see you.
Hi.
Hi, do you want to join in on this one?
Yes, ma'am. So, for the record, this is the John Beard House circa 1799 to 1816, obviously a oldie within the old historic district. And this feature that's being proposed to be removed obviously is not historic. Both HSAB and myself concur with that. This is not a problem with no concerns. So we probably could have put it on consent, but unfortunately, you know how it goes. So no concerns, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Do I hear a motion?
With my microphone on,
Mhm.
I motion to approve this application.
All in favor of Val's motion?
Aye.
Any opposed? Not a one. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm gonna sit off this next one.
1 Old North Wharf.
I'm going to put this over then. I'd rather go with a five-man board, and I guess Ray is not up there somewhere in the ether.
In the ether. He said he was on his way, but he's not here yet. Do you want to hold it or?
He's on the island though, right?
No.
Oh, he's in Vermont. If we can just put it over to the beginning of next week, that's fine. We don't have to worry about coming back to it.
Okay, Linda.
So moved.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
All in favor of that motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
And thank you. Any opposed? No. Okay, so 7 New Street, hardscaping. Mirka. Hi.
Thank you. Hello.
Can you hear me then?
Sounds like that. All right, good evening. So this is property at 7 New Street, which is all existing buildings which already have some approved addition and alteration to it.
Madam Chair, through you, America, we can barely hear you.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, is it better, Holly? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Can
Yeah.
you hear
Much
that,
better.
Holly?
Holly,
Much better. Thank you.
Loud and clear, yay.
all right, thank you. So this is the property at 7 New Street, which is all pre-existing buildings, which there's some alteration already been approved, I believe. So the main house was connected to the garage, and there's a little small structure, a small like cottage or guest house next to it, and they're adding the shed. This is just application for refreshing the landscape. So I guess I will start from the, that would be the opposite of the New Street. Where the parking is. There is a series of the PT wall, which we would like to practically keep. You can see some images on the first page of the existing landscape. If Esmeralda, you don't mind to stretch, like roll down a little bit. Well, I don't know, I guess you have a plans in front of you. So the first page just shows some pre-existing images. There's just one page, Esmeralda? Oh, perfect, first page, yeah. So the top image is the area between the building where we would like to put some, little patio, fully enclosed from the public way, just kind of create like a series of the gardens and greenery. Then the second image is the image of the new shed, which is in that little appendix of the building. As you can see, that part sits a little lower. So I will need a small little retaining wall, which I would like to use the PT wall, which could tie to the existing PT wall, as you can see on the third image. And then you have an existing parking, which is there. I just would like to enlarge it to fully accommodate 2-car parking. For the selection of the material, I would like to use the Goshen stone as an irregular big pavers, which would be visible from the street, kind of coming to the house. And then we would have, I think for the patio would be the granite, or actually, my apologies, bluestone and series of the deck, practically. So it's all like nice tucked in within the courtyard. So it's a combination, yeah.
Thank you,
Question.
thank you, Mirka. Go ahead, go ahead.
You have all these gates. Are they attached to fences? And
Madam Chair,
Oh,
this
oh,
is an
Holly.
HSAB. Sorry, Carrie.
no worries. Sorry about that.
No,
ahead.
Not a problem. Thank you. So for the record, this whole site is an infill that was built in about the 90s that you all have seen and approved changes to the architecture within the last couple of years. So obviously it's a contemporary site, but it is located within the OHD. HSAB took a look at the proposal on July 18th. They said a 4-foot picket fence is not appropriate right on the edge of Warren Street, and it should be 3 feet max, which is got in line with your standards within building with Nantucket in mind. A fire pit within 8 feet of Warren Street is also not appropriate. It would be very visible at night when in use. A square cut bluestone patio is not appropriate in the OHD. It should be a natural colored irregular cut stone. And the stone wall will be visible from Warren Street, and the material is not appropriate. One leg of the wall could easily be eliminated. And from staff's perspective, I do agree with HSAB on the material. I think that needs to be thought out a little bit more just because it is within the old historic district. So those are the comments, Madam Chair. Thank you. Sorry, Carrie.
Thank you, Holly.
Welcome.
Okay, Carrie, did you have a
I
question? to
do,
the gates?
because I see all these single gates, but I don't see a delineated fence line. And from what Holly said, is there a fence running along Warren Street?
So
There's no picture of the house.
there's no picture of the house. The fence, it's on the Warren Street, or I'm sorry, on the new street coming from the garage corner between the building. And then it's enclosed the shed and the guest house, I would say, the secondary building. That part would be enclosed. And yes, you are correct, the 4 feet, it's too tall, so 36 or 32. It's just more like delineation of the backyard. And then there's a little tucked gate, Carrie, which is of the parking, which would be more within the hatch. So that part doesn't have a fencing there, just more like a little delineation.
Okay, I think in the future, if you could just literally highlight fences and gates, anything
Understand.
that's constructed, because it's hard to see where the fences are.
Over here.
I agree with the sunken fire pit right that close to Warren. Warren is a tiny little street, and I think it's just too close. I don't mind the bluestone patio because it is small, but I think the fire pit is not a great idea, that tight into the street.
What about the height of the fences?
Yeah, I would say go with 36, typical. 4 feet is tall, and it is, again, Warren is a tiny little street. It will feel like a big wall.
Okay, thank you. Carrie, you finished?
Yeah.
Okay, Val, you said you were ready.
Yep. I know this street very well. I agree with Carrie. I don't know what I'm approving as a fire pit anyway, so there's no example picture of that. It's a very unfussy street, simple, very plain in every way, architecture and landscaping included. So I think less is more. And in terms of the parking, that's a ginormous parking space for this street. So I think to be broken up with something other than just plain hardscape would benefit the design to fit into this area.
Well,
Thank you, Val.
go.
Diane?
yeah, how wide is the opening of the driveway going in? And is it existing or is it being enlarged?
It's existing. The apron, the drive-in is existing.
It's all existing.
That's all existing. You can see the dash line of the existing parking.
I see the
Yeah,
dash line. I
yeah.
just didn't know there aren't many figures, numbers to work with. I think that the bluestone patio should be broken up, as Kara and Val both said. This is a very informal street, and this is very formal. It's all just squares, the whole thing. There's no rounding, softening of it. If you go down New Street and Warren, you'll see what's there, which will give you an idea of perhaps what would fit in a little better. What are the trees that you are thinking of using along the existing parking lot?
Oh, that's supposed to represent kind of like a green hedge. It's just kind of separate the parking from the backyard. So it could be hedge or small little holly hedge, just something short.
I think it would be good, since we're concentrating on the hardscape, sort of to have that available for us so we know what's going in. I think at the moment, I think it is too formal for the street, and I would like to see it softened. And you have 2 decks at grade, as far as I can see, on both on the one side or the other. I think it would be good just to have it simpler, all of it, the stairs and all the rest of it. You're going to see from New Street, you're going to see from Warren Street, and it's going to become a very visible piece. So I'd like to see it less formal, less, and some list of what you are planning on planting. Okay.
Thank you, Diane. Stephen?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. Mirka, what do you intend for visibility here? What's your plant scheme gonna end up
Okay,
being?
so the front of the Warren Street would be like visible front. I really just would like to replicate the irregular bluestone and have a nice little cottage. So it's really will just look very natural. From the back, where is the garage entry, I just thought to really just have a short fence, and my apologies, shouldn't be 4, it should be more 32 inches short fence, and just have a beautiful garden, just a natural shrubbery garden. So within the 4 to 5 feet, I didn't feel like I want to block this, as you said. We want to work just simple, keep it elegant. So we just have a patio. So that patio right now, you can see, Stephen, on the first image, how open is the backyard right now. That's the front page. If I put anything 4 feet or so high, the patio will disappear. And just to kind of, I would like to just clarify why I have a few steps there. As you can see, the main building is set almost 4 feet higher than the cottage. So I'm trying to bring it down. So the patio is actually at the lower level, therefore like as close at grade. So it will be really, I think it will not be visible behind the plants. And
Okay.
I can hedge it if that would be preference. Definitely the idea would be just give a little privacy with less of the formality. So that was always the intention.
Okay, thank you. So my thoughts are that the sunken fire pit will be a visible element at night, even if it's screened through the reflective nature against the building. So that does change character and setting, and I don't think that that's an appropriate location. I think the bluestone patio, to the extent it's visible, a different pattern would be appropriate. So instead of just doing a stack, doing a running bond, it's not unlike brick. It's just larger, therefore simpler. They're simpler both in terms of the number of bricks and the overall presentation. And I note that there are brick sidewalks and driveways rather on New and on Warren. So if that is visible, I think that changing the,
Sorry.
Fun ring.
I like that one.
Makes me think of the carnival.
It's
Yeah.
like Benny Hill, isn't it?
That's a good ring.
Many ice cream.
Maybe they hang up. Oh, good.
Oh,
No.
jeez.
Okay.
I'm just enjoying the
Hold
music.
on.
I don't see why not.
Carnival. I missed the
There.
carnival.
Okay, Stephen, keep going.
Yep. So I did actually lose my train of thought, believe it or not.
The material for patio.
So
the patio
the character and setting is affected by the sunken fire pit, whereas the bluestone patio, if it's got limited visibility due to the nature of the material, it doesn't. But I can see where this pattern that's been proposed is a contemporary pattern, and it's a little too formal as such. On the other side, what's the layout for the pavers at the driveway?
Oh, that, right now there's an existing concrete apron. So I thought to just replace it with a cobblestone.
Okay, and then it says,
And the shell, the piston driveway, just like as it is
It
now.
doesn't show that.
Yeah,
The
I-
bottom
Print
right,
out might be.
that's
the
gonna
bottom
be,
right photo
On which
shows the
page?
concrete on the front page.
No, I
shows
see that,
the
but where
concrete,
does it say?
but that's a lot of
okay,
concrete.
just, could we
It
just
looks
let
quite
Stephen
deep.
finish and then we can throw in
thank you.
extras?
The Goshen stone pavers labeled on sheet HDC .02 on the New Street side. Can we go to the HDC 2.0? 1.2 rather. Yeah, so right here. What's the pattern there?
It's just irregular,
Just
natural,
irregular,
yeah,
okay.
natural cleft, irregular.
Okay, those are my comments for now, thank you.
Oh, thanks, Stephen. So I'd like a little more on this application. First of all, I'd like to see the house. I think you could put in the street names. I'd like you to key in the vegetation so we know exactly what you're proposing for screening from Warren Street. And so we're not going to see that fire pit, but it sounds like you might even move that. And I could you please label the driveway materials?
Of course.
And that's, I just want to understand what the design is before I comment on it, so I,
And-
Want a motion?
Well, and
Go ahead, Val.
make existing, not proposed. This is proposed and proposed.
any questions, Merica?
No, thank you very much.
So make a
for coming.
motion to hold for revision.
Thank you, Diane. All in favor of Diane's motion?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, thank you.
Yes, I know.
Sorry.
Why aren't we doing Linda's? Did she say
Tree
why?
frog,
What?
tree frog,
Oh,
that's a 30-year-old tree frog.
We get those sucked onto our windows every now
I
and
guess
then.
so. I'm coming.
Oh, that's cool.
It's really fun to see them from that
Yeah.
angle. It's so fun.
It's a nice group.
We also had a snake come in our window once.
Really?
Abby,
Our office is.
why did Linda
window
back out?
wells And then doors
she
at
wanted
one
bigger.
side.
Down there.
So it's pretty, yeah,
Right.
and so it came down the window.
I thought we
and
were just
out the
holding
window.
it.
The window was so awning. It came in the window and was crawling up the wall. I was on the.
I don't
phone
want it.
or on the computer. Luke was on the computer in the meeting. And I was on the phone. It's like, oh my God, that's my biggest nightmare.
Was this not
It was going up.
Lots of snakes. Yeah,
Is
it
it
came
Richmond?
in the house and went up the wall.
Is
And
this
then
the
when I
same
started
house already
screaming,
built
it
there
can.
across the street? So I
To
think
the
this is
wall.
helpful. This is a very undersized lot. We gotta get rid of it. Oh, here's
Undersized lot with a
This is in Richmond Development. The same house duplex is on the same street, across the street, on a very, very small sized lot. But this gives you an idea of exactly what the building's gonna look like on the site. The trim is white. Sash is white. I don't have a roof color on here, so we'll say black. And the doors are white. It's a modular duplex.
28.
I got nothing else. It's pretty simple.
How
Thanks,
far
Val.
into there?
Anybody want to jump in on this?
Well, I'll go if you want.
Okay, thanks.
It seems to be a very simple building with, that follows along with what is surrounded. It fits in the property well. I'd like to see a little more cohesion in the plantings, but that's not architectural. And I don't have any specific problem with it at the moment. I think it's simple and it will fit in, and it has a small piece of land that it's going to be in. So I think I have no problem with it at the moment.
Thanks, Diane. Stephen, are you ready?
Yeah, I have no concerns.
Carrie?
It
Carrie?
just seems like a lot of wall and a little window.
Richmond Development.
Yeah,
Maybe some lattice.
yeah.
Do you want to suggest some lattice?
Well, I don't know what lattice is gonna do for it.
Some room to grow later.
I mean, there's a whole bunch of these little properties. I really don't want to see every single one having a house like this. It's just gonna be so dry.
I think that what's happening is these much smaller lots over there, which I don't understand the zoning at all, are as simple as they can be because there's so much money for so little property. They even have to put parking spaces on another lot to make it work.
Well, you know what's gonna happen with that?
I know.
The roads are gonna be
I didn't
covered in
subdivide it.
cars.
Are there
Yeah.
any landscaping coming?
I'm sure he'll
There's no
do
room for
something.
landscaping.
It's a young kid, Nantucket kid. He's a fireman. He's just
And it's a
trying to get a
duplex.
house
so-
going. Yeah.
Is that it, Carrie?
Yeah,
Hunter
I don't
green
have
for the
much to
door.
say.
So, Val, could you make that G window a 2/2 instead of just a line? Looks
Is
like
that the one in?
in the eave way up in there?
Sure.
Um,
Instead of just a fixed window,
It looks like it's just.
we'll make it a 4-light.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what I
okay.
meant, 4 light. I
But
didn't
make
mean-
it a little taller. 'Cause it's
So that the
square.
It does look
panes-
a little scrawny.
Yep. Okay.
Any other suggestions for this?
No,
I know.
so can we make it through staff
Sure.
for approval?
Yeah, go
of
for
the
it.
Thing with the window in the east, top 4/4, larger.
And 4/4. Okay, all in favor of Diane's motion?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No.
Windsor Road.
This is out in Sconset, off of Plainfield. You have actually approved several things on this lot. One was to move a house from Main Street in Sconset to this site, which they got approval for and did the foundation, and then it sat for a variety of reasons, and there was some litigation involved and blah, 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 and that house got destroyed. So then we got a house approved that was a modular. In the corner, you'll see I have the approved set that fits on this foundation. And these, what is in front of you now, are changes to that former approval. So for instance, on the front elevation, if I start from the left to the right, there are some dormers, more windows and a door. The second middle connecting piece is more 2-story than a story and a half with dormers like it was formerly. And now there's a pediment over the front door. The rear is the same. It's really changes to the approval that you see in the corner.
Digesting.
What scale
Yes.
is this drawing at? This is not 1/4 inch. I'm not, it would really be great to be able to see it at 1/4 inch because
That's quarter. Oh, no, you're right. It's not.
it's not.
What about
It's
the
like,
elevation?
it says 1/4 on the plan, but it's,
Right.
there's no way.
Carrie, do you want to continue?
Madam Chair.
Oh, Holly, I'm sorry. I thought this was out of the
No.
district, but go ahead.
Yes, so this is in the area that Sconset does review. Thank you, Madam Chair. So, on July 11th, Sconset, Advisory Board took a look at this for the proposed window, doors, and roof changes. This does not feel like a part of the Sconset experience. Very structural and far too many of the same type windows. With all these windows on every facade, it doesn't read as additive massing. On the front, which they believe is the south, entry is far too formal. Confusing previous approval panels are difficult to read, and in order to compare the new submission, where there are significant roof dormer changes, cardinal directions would help greatly as well. So those are their overall comments on the application. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Holly. Sorry about that. I thought it was outside the historic district.
Madam Chair, the owner, I think, is on, if she's in the Zoom arena. Sheila, if you want to unmute and say anything, this is the time to do that.
All right, can you hear me, Val?
Yep.
So this house is very similar to all the houses on the streets. This is on Plainfield. So it's similar to all those houses on that street, and on Blackfish, all the streets around there. This is not in the village.
Okay, thank you. Okay, board members.
Do you guys want to take a view
Yeah.
Yeah.
before you
Yeah.
make a
Things
judgment?
seem out of proportion on this to me. I think the windows are humongous, 3.6 by 6.9. That's the size of a door. And then the doors look tiny. The front pediment is very formal. It wants to go on like a 5-bay house, but then you've got a gable forward 1-story mass popping out at you on that main mass, which is odd. And then the door to the left on the little left mass, it's like a front door. What is that? It's got side lights and it's tiny compared to the window. So I think there's a proportion issue and a number of windows issue. I prefer the previous front elevation with the dormer on the side mass, on the secondary mass. That's competing with the main mass. A chimney would be great. And yeah, I think it's just a matter of reworking fenestration and some of the front pieces. That's it.
Thanks, Carrie. Stephen?
Yeah, I agree with what Carrie said. I'd emphasize that secondary mass as proposed isn't subordinate enough to the main mass. And I think part of that is because the gable forward takes away from the main mass, but even just the eave being lower. And the size of the windows, nothing against big windows, but compared to the door and compared to the surface area, it's a tremendous amount of penetration. So, no.
Yeah, thank you, Stephen. Diane?
Yeah, I agree with that. I would like to see the addition on the west elevation, on the right-hand side of the west elevation, those triple windows being reduced down to 2. You have not enough room to separate them.
Which one is that?
On the west elevation, the right-hand side, those 3 triple windows.
Okay, that's the front, yeah.
Yeah, that's the front elevation.
Frontage south.
I'd like to bring them down to 2, I guess. I don't think the triple window is good on the front of the building. And there's a marvelous lack of walled windows on the whole thing. So that sort of hits me. And on the rear, it has the same,
Nothing mold, but
yeah. Well, that's the west elevation. So,
West is left.
yeah, it won't be. It will, I don't know what's that road that goes off? Windsor continues. What's the road that goes off to the right?
Windsor doesn't continue.
What?
Okay, we,
Windsor does not continue.
Well, you have the circle, and then you have this property. And if you go forward, you got Windsor Road. If you go to the right, you have another road, which is not,
Plainfield is the one it comes off of,
yeah,
which is off of.
okay.
Coffin?
It's off of Burnell.
Oh, Burnell.
is that it, Diane?
Yeah,
Okay, so, yeah, I agree with my fellow board members. The front portico is way too formal. Door, door columns, pediments. I think the windows on the second floor in that left-hand mass are too large, and I like the additive massing of the old building where it dropped down, and I think the far left mass is over fenestrated and over doored. So what is the pleasure of the board here?
why don't we hold for revisions and the viewing?
Okay, thank
And
you.
revisions to include the cardinal points added to the elevations.
Yeah, well, that's what should go on a regular.
Well, I know that, and you
Okay.
know that, but they're
And
not
possibly
there.
1/4-inch drawings.
Okay, so 1/4-inch drawings, cardinal points,
View.
a view and some renovations, revisions. All in favor of Diane's motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Aye. Any opposed? No.
I know.
What was it? Whose is this?
Speaking of
Maybe you
associates,
shouldn't anymore.
don't we have a new one coming in?
Sorry.
Yeah, where's our new associate?
Maybe the appointment's not till August, till this Wednesday.
Yeah.
That's exciting.
At the hospital.
Oh, great.
Need another chair.
That's good.
Okay, Botticelli and Pole. I
Sorry.
don't see those people.
Spread out all over.
They have, Sai is here.
Oh, it's I.
I'm here to represent 40 Easton Street, but I believe Lisa asked that 30 India Street be held for representation.
Okay,
Until
yeah, I
they're
see
back.
that now. So do we have to, what do we do about that, Terry? Can we just
It's
skip
the
over?
same as the other one because it's on the agenda. The agenda was approved. You don't have to vote.
Yeah, it's on.
Okay,
hold.
great.
Just
Okay,
keep on rolling.
Let's just go to 40 Easton Street. Si, can you do that one?
I surely can.
Excellent. Fenestrations.
So, good evening again, everyone. Sai Tong representing for Botticelli and Pole, 40 Easton Street. The north elevation on A2.1 is showing there is an existing garage here that's located in the setback along the western property line. So on that northern elevation, we're proposing shifting that garage to the east to move it out of the setback.
Oh, that's it?
That's the only revision on that elevation.
Okay.
If we move to the east elevation, also, let's see, what sheet is that? Next sheet, further down on that same sheet, we are proposing extending the waterside deck, which is on the south elevation, to where the existing edge of the deck currently is located. And then adding another stair off of the deck that's closest to you along that eastern elevation. Then, as we-
Holly. Oh, sorry. Are you still going?
if Holly is here to speak, she can go ahead. But I was going to explain the rest of the revisions. Yes.
You can finish your spiel.
Okay.
I didn't mean to interrupt.
Okay. Great. So moving on to the south elevation, on the left side of the elevation, on that single story where you see the A4 window, we're proposing to make that mass smaller. We had a 5-gang window approved. We're changing that to a 4-gang window, making the dining room narrower. And we are adding a set of stairs on the far right of the elevation in front of those French doors. Those are the stairs that you also saw in the east elevation. And then finally, the west elevation at the bottom of that sheet, we're showing the expansion of the depth of that deck that faces the water. And we're pulling that out to where the existing edge of the deck is now. And that is all.
Thank you, Cy. Holly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this property you all have all seen previously. This is a circa 1893 structure, kind of eclectic structure within the old historic district. Does have an HTC survey, and hopefully we'll look to update it with our next federal grant that we have received, and we're in the process of going through the RFQ process. HSAB took a look at this on July 18th. They said that breaking up the long skirt board with piers would be appropriate, and I believe that's more in line with the east elevation where you see it's just a long skirt. And from that perspective, I would agree with HSAB on that. Just want to remind everybody that it would have to be consistent with your guidance that you've approved with Resilient Nantucket, consistent with that, as well as I don't believe the previous application that you all did approve included anything about what the DFE and the BFE was, and I don't think we had an elevation certificate. If there was an increase in elevation, wanted that confirmed. But I do want to notate if this structure was or is being elevated per FEMA requirements and obviously consistent with Resilient Nantucket, that we would also want to have a historic determination application submitted so that way we can get that on the consent agenda. So those are my comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Board members. Anybody ready?
I'll go.
Thanks, Stephen.
Number one, I agree with Holly's comments. On number two, I do think that on the south elevation, the extension of the deck is inappropriate. However, it is only going to be visible from the water where you would tend to see deck, and you're not going to perceive the depth. So I think I should say it's atypical. So therefore, I think it can be approved. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Stephen. Val or
2 seconds.
Carrie, did you want to go?
Jesse's
Oh,
gonna do it.
Jesse.
You're gonna swap.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. So I'm okay with the north elevation. switching, bringing the added massing a little to the left there. In the east elevation,
Excuse me,
Yes,
I hate to interrupt. Could you make sure your mic is on?
oh, sorry. Okay.
Oh, way better. Thank you.
I'm okay with the east elevation and the steps and the deck. South elevation. That's, yeah, I think the left side's an improvement and the right side looks fine. Shift garage, east. You see. And the west elevation, I'm good. So yeah, I think these are all approvable changes.
thanks, Jesse. Val or Diane? Anybody?
I concur with my cohorts.
Me also, I just want to know what that long wall is on the west elevation, first floor. We got 2 windows and then we have a whole stretch. What is that? I can't see it in.
So if I may,
See where it is.
yeah, that's an existing elevation, and that entire side of the house is located in the setback. And
There's
so,
north, south, east. It's got to be over there.
yeah, we're not touching it at all. It's along the west property line, western property line.
Okay, I just, it's the only wall that's sort of completely vacant, but
I think they did it because when you're that close to the
yeah,
property
you're right
line,
on
it's
the
a
property
fire
line,
thing.
right?
Oh, you can't put any windows on that? Okay, so, what's the pleasure of the board?
To what, from what everybody said, it's going to be an approval.
Yeah, sounds good. Do I hear a motion?
Motion to approve.
Thanks, Val. All in favor of Val's motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
This isn't clear.
You guys, ayes?
Aye. I'm an aye. Aye.
Okay, great. Okay, that's a go. Thank you. Thank you, Cy.
Thanks, everyone.
That's up by Francis Street Beach. There you go.
Application.
Oh, thanks.
Abby, if it's okay with you, we're just gonna swap back and forth.
Yeah, cool. Okay.
I think there's only 2 applications. So we should do both. 38 and 36. And there's 2.
Oh.
One property.
92 Washington. Do we have a representative?
Hello.
Okay. Hello.
Hi.
I hear a
Hello.
voice.
Smith and Hutton.
Yes, here.
Great. We're just getting our drawings. Hold on.
No problem.
We share one. We don't
Okay.
need.
Joseph, okay. Does everybody have their drawings out? Ready? Okay, go ahead, Joseph.
All right. So a little context. This was approved in June of 2020, right as our favorite COVID hit. So this was approved for a family of 2 living out their twilight years and was sold in the interim over the past year to a family of 5. So we are coming back with revisions, hoping to add some modest additions to the overall footprint. I will note that we're not proposing a change in ridge height. We're not really proposing a change in the north to south direction. Overall, we're looking at maybe 330 square feet on the first floor and another 300 square feet on the second floor. The clients have 2 adult children with special needs that will be with them when they're living there. So we needed to accommodate an additional bedroom on the interior. So you can see there's the existing site plan. You can see on the street side, essentially we kept the center of the building the same as much as possible, and added space on the right wing, which is the west elevation that is facing the yacht club, and then the left wing, which is the east side, faces the neighbor. We added a little bit of modest addition. So the right side got about 180 square feet, and then the left side got only 90 square feet. We kept the ridge height the same on both sides. The left side, or no, I'm sorry, the right side only has an additional 2'4" square feet, 2'4" length in the overall dimension. We also captured some space by making the front porch less deep to capture some more interior space. On the water side, we pushed the second floor dormer towards the water. So if you're looking at this elevation here, the left is the water, the right is 92 Washington Street. There's some modest fenestration changes. As you can see, we kept the roof pitches the same. By keeping the ridge height the same, we were actually able to reduce the eave height on the water side and street side elevation. We're not proposing any changes to the colors, materials. You can see that we're in a flood elevation, so we've got the brick piers with the skirt below.
Is that it, Joseph?
Yeah, and then on the yacht club elevation side, we're proposing an outdoor fireplace integrated as part of the chimney. I should also say on the water side, we're proposing an outboard stair, some fenestration, and door changes. You'll see that the yacht club side changed the most significantly, only because we're now matching the other side in terms of massing and symmetry.
Okay, so the outdoor fireplaces, are you doing landscaping as well? Is that coming next?
That will be approved at a later meeting.
Okay, so
They have it internal.
okay,
They have it internal too.
so Holly,
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as Joe had mentioned, that this is an infill within the old historic district, consistent. I'm muted. My apologies. Thank you, Madam Chair. So as Joe had mentioned, this is an infill within the old historic district, or the historic district, I should say, and would be need to comply with our Resilient Nantucket Design Guidelines, Chapter 11 of our infill. And HSAB took a look at the proposal for the addition and small revisions on July 18th. They said the outdoor fireplace will be visible from the beach and should be eliminated. All of the brick should remain natural, not painted gray. I just wanted, from staff's perspective, this approval, if the commission so inclined, should be consistent with the original 2020 approval. I believe that might have been approved through staff, I think.
Mhm.
So any of those conditions, if it's germane to this, should carry over. Appreciate that the proposed changes for the second floor balcony actually makes it smaller if that's facing the harbor. That's great. I do echo HSAB's comments on the fire pit. That is something that will be visible from the harbor. That is a public way. So that's of concern. That changes the character and setting, as Steve says, right out of your design guidelines and your enabling legislation. I would just want to mention regarding Resilient Nantucket that it looks like that the piers and the skirt are consistent. So we just want to make sure that that is a consistent feature throughout. If a revised elevation certificate is required for the building department for the proposed additions, then I would request that to be submitted as well. Those are the comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Board members,
I'd like to go.
Stephen.
Okay. Through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to get a clarification. So I presume that what existed there is already approved for a demo move off?
Correct. And that application was re-upped a couple months ago through consent. The existing dwelling is a 1960s rancher that was built.
Okay, thank you. I think the other thing I'd suggest is just a clarification that the hardscape with or without the fire pit, but to include the AC should come in separately because it's going to change from what was the original approval. So make that a condition of any approval. Could we go to the west elevation? For me, the story of this structure, the changes of the structure are told. Can we zoom out just a little bit? Yeah, there you go. By looking at the east and the west elevation. So I think there is actually, well, the square footage isn't great. Thank you, John. The square footage and change in plan is not large. However, the massing change is. I would point out that on the south side, I guess it is, which is the left of this, the front porch gets too small. The roof pitch goes to a 6 and 12, which is inappropriate. And the second floor deck becoming a little Juliet balcony, I think is highly inappropriate. On the next elevation, I'm sorry, on the west or east, I think, yeah, one more. And zoom out just a little bit. I think the same could be said to pick up on the porch that'll be on the harbor side, on the rear, which is the left of the upper drawing. 612 is inappropriate. That porch is inappropriate, the depth. And then the same comments will transfer over that I previously made on the west elevation for the front. Overall, I think the massing change is too much for that location. And those are my comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Stephen. Carrie, are you ready?
Yeah, I am. I agree with like all of what Stephen said. And I also think that the new dormers with the double windows are just overwhelming the side roofs, and it just makes it seem just too much. But the thing that's getting me is that the ridge heights are not that much different, the main to the lowers to the secondaries on the sides, but you have a cross gable as well, so you've got the gable and the ridge going the long way. So it's like that makes this just feel like a massive rectangle of a house. And I think just, I don't know, it reads so much bigger than what I think it is. And I think something's gotta give. Other than that, I'm in full agreement with what Stephen said.
Thank you, Carrie. Val or Diane, are you ready?
No,
You ready, Diana?
no, you go
Okay.
first.
I agree with Carrie and Stephen, specifically to the east and west side. Maybe the gable forms could differentiate so it doesn't, it's not one big long line. And on the east, I think you need a window near the fireplace or the outdoor chimney. I'm not so sure about the outdoor fireplace. And I know previously, it looks like it was approved perhaps with gray on everything, but maybe natural to weather would be better. I'm not sure. I agree with everything else that's been said.
Thanks, Val. Diane?
Yeah, I agree with what's been said, and I just want to question the dormers on the north elevation. Those two dormers up in the second story, that 12/7 is too squat. They look heavier, they look something, they look like they don't belong there. So I would like to see them changed or brought into one window and made that way you could drop them down a little bit. You have a lot of space between the windows itself and the end of the roof. And the window on that same, yeah, this is the one. The windows on this elevation seem to be sort of floating there, not particularly connected. I think that window on the first floor, right-hand side, should be split and made bigger. It's a big house and little windows. That's what I think. And I agree with all the else is said. The fenestration disturbs me. That's it.
Thank you, Diane. My feelings are run along the same as my fellow board members. I feel that the middle mass, which is the most appropriate mass, is being swallowed up by the sides, and I would like to see that reduced. So, and that's just a general overall comment. Do I hear a motion for a few revisions here?
Make a motion to go for revision.
Okay, all in favor of Diane's motion?
And hardscape to track.
And the hardscape to track.
Right,
Is that okay, Diane?
Yeah.
To add to that?
was this, and we didn't hear from Holly, so I guess.
We did hear from
then
Holly.
it should be returned to the ASHAP.
Yeah, thank you for that additional. Okay, all in favor of Diane's motion?
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Joseph.
All right, take care.
Moving right along.
38 Surf Drive.
Sun and wind
I
roof.
think these two go together.
Okay, 38 and 36. Tim?
Hello,
Hello.
can you hear me?
Yeah, we're just getting our drawings out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
36 Surfside. Holly, are you on this? Doesn't look like it.
I am not, Madam Chair.
This is over
Okay.
by
Surfside?
As you- On the way to the, just
Ice
before you
rink.
make a left into the ice rink, if you're coming past the high school. Yeah, we're gonna bring that up at the RISE, HDC RISE, that's what that acronym stands for. Resiliently Integrating Sustainable Energy. Tim, did you have something for us?
So sure, Tim Holmes, President Sunwind LLC, here to represent the client at, where are we, 38 Surfside?
Yes.
All right, looking to install solar array on the rear roof of the house. That image that's right there that I can see now, if you look really closely between some of those pine trees, you can actually see, and this is the roof on the left in the corner to the left of the minivan. This isn't the house to the, or actually, which house are we on?
We're doing the one that's with the dormer.
Oh, yeah, with the dormer. Okay, so that vent pipe right there is going to be removed so that we can just put, cover the entire roof. We won't have a panel missing there. Was our intent.
Good.
And that's all I got for you.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
I'll go.
Go, Val.
I think that this is an appropriate application for the panels.
Okay, great.
He's going with all of the guidelines that we asked for and request. So thank you, Tim.
Thank you, Bill.
Terrific.
Same here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for that. Diane?
Yep.
Stephen?
I agree, meets our guidelines. Motion
Okay.
to approve is submitted.
Great. I like that. All in favor of Stephen's motion? Was it Stephen's? Did you just say that?
Yep.
All in favor of Stephen's motion?
Aye.
Yeah, any opposed? Nay.
Yay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm up again. Now I'm looking at the next house over, adjacent property. And this would be the south side or the right side of the house as looking at it from the street. This one has very limited visibility for the solar. From the street, you'll only see really the edge of the panels. And then you do catch a glimpse of it from Bacchus Road, I believe it is, or Bacchus Lane. One of those elevations there, a little bit further down on the application. So that's from Surfside. I believe that was across from Bacchus Lane. Yeah, so you catch a glimpse of it through there. And then a little bit further down Bacchus, sort of through the pine trees. Yeah, that corner of it there. So that's about it on that one.
Thank you, Tim. Board members. Okay. Anybody ready?
I will.
Okay.
Although we can catch glimpses of this, I think it's appropriate if the screening that's there stays and it's one house removed from both streets, so I think it's appropriate.
Thank you, Val. Okay, Diane.
I think it's appropriate also.
Oh, goody. Okay, Carrie
Yeah, I'm with you.
and Stephen?
A no.
Oh, okay. Could I ask why?
I'm concerned about the visibility. I'd want to do a view,
Oh, okay.
but that's okay.
Photos are pretty well represented.
I
See it in the winter for sure.
Yeah.
I kind of liked it too. But do we have a vote? Who put that vote forward?
I do.
Val, all in favor of Val's motion to approve?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I abstain.
Abstain. Okay, that, good job, Tim.
Thank you, everybody.
Not so easy, LLC. Not so easy. 26 Easy Street, new mixed. Emeritus. Diane, did you bring those goodies for Ray? Yeah. I can use them and put them back.
Welcome, Matt.
Thank you very much. I can start whenever you're ready, Madam Chair.
26 Not So Easy Street, new mixed use. Okay, can you explain what you're doing?
I sure can. So this is an application for a new mixed-use structure. If you may want to start with the site plan, that might be most helpful. There is an existing building on the site, which is located on the right of the page on the corner of Easy and Oak. And so this building, that building for the time being is going to remain. And so we're proposing a new structure adjacent to it. The structures actually will share an egress stair. And so for that reason, you'll see some cutaway sections through that stair. And we've also provided some massing schematics to show context of adjacent buildings, their heights, size, scale. Where we did have some of the buildings modeled because we have designed the building next door, we've included the full detail, if you will. But it's a fairly concentrated footprint, and we are in the floodplain. And so the proposal here is actually to build both the foundation, but the first floor out of ICF's insulated concrete forms. The outside of the building, we're currently proposing it to be parched just on the first floor. And the idea is that the building itself is fairly resilient on the first floor. It allows for retail use, and basically the building's designed to, if the floodwaters do come up that high, that it comes in and it goes back out. But that's the intent behind the material change on the first floor only. On the second floor, it's basically a two-bedroom apartment. You can see the footprint's not enormous, and based on our feedback that we've received with the other application, and just being very aware of this historic architectural vernacular, which is not necessarily what's there now, but what was there in earlier incarnations. We use that as our antecedent, if you will, for the detailing of this structure. Anyways, I'm sure you all have comments, so look forward to hearing comments from the board, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt.
Madam Chair.
Holly, please go.
Thank you. So as you all remember, the structure next door is attributed actually to Henry Dunham, or Harry Dunham. Somebody go correct me. Mr. Dunham. He was a mechanic way back in the day, from the 1940s. And HSAB took a look at this. First, from a staff's perspective, I appreciate the reduction from the scale of the previous proposal on this site. So thank you to all who is looking at a different option moving forward. HSAB took a look at this on July 18th. They said that the main eave line is awkwardly high above the second floor windows, presenting it as a 2 3/4 story building rather than a 2 1/2 story. The eave should drop down to the top of the attic floor as is normally done. The steep roof pitch creates a very vertical mass. It should be a shallower pitch, and I would agree with that. The west shed dormer should be broken into 2 dormers with 2 windows each to reduce the amount of shingled area. It feels like the desire for 2 large third floor bedrooms is adding to the height and volume more than necessary. Smaller bedrooms will still fit, and the overall height will decrease. The window in the gable end should be a little smaller than those below. The projecting second floor shed should not have a roof that extends from the main roof line. It should have its own isolated, shallower pitched roof. A full height concrete wall is not appropriate for the OHD. A natural brick may be more suitable for this area, or maybe just shingles. Double French doors for a storefront are unusual. Perhaps one could remain fixed. Blue sash and shutters are not appropriate in this location. And I just wanted to mention that this proposal, as Matt had mentioned, that has to meet FEMA guidance. So that means that this would have to comply with Resilient Nantucket, Chapter 11, as infill within the OHD. Yeah, and I just wanted just clarification as far as what Matt had mentioned about how the existing structure is going to remain, but this would be attached somehow, and how that would relate to the FEMA guidance. And obviously an elevation certificate with the BFE and DFE with the elevations indicated as well. So those are the comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Holly. Anybody ready or still digesting?
I'll go. I appreciate the reduction and keeping the simpler structure on the corner. Whether it stays there or not, I don't know, but I had some stuff written out and I didn't bring it with me. It's on my desk. I agree with HSAB. I think primarily for me, it's the pitch. And you, Matt, sent in, like, there was 3 different little supplements
Perspectives. Sure. I think those are part of this
yeah
sequence.
So you had some that were like perspectives.
Yeah, I think you can show them.
And those
keep going. Yep.
really resonated what I was trying to point out, and I think it's the last 2 pages of this. The structures around this, while in keeping perhaps with height in the building, in the area, are so much simpler. The only buildings that have dormers are the newer one, which is on
there you go.
Easy Street, right there. And then this shows your new building. I think if there were no dormers on the 3rd floor and it had a less steep pitch, it would fit into, there was one more like up or down, I can't remember, that showed more of the area. That seems to be what we're trying. It's like a quiet simplicity of town, which was Old Town proper. And I think that's what I have for now. I had more astute things to say, but I didn't write it.
Maybe they'll come back.
And I was looking at the buildings around it, and it's just, it's a simplicity thing. And it's the newer buildings that have dormers, and I'm not so sure that's a direction for us to go with 2nd floor or 3rd floor decks. But I so appreciate the idea of this and leaving the thing on the corner.
Thanks, Val. Anybody else ready?
I'll go.
Stephen.
Can we go to the, Matt, you're usually so good about labeling your sheets. Can we go to the exterior elevation south? Okay, that's it. So my, Matt, through Madam Chair, my principal concerns are 3. One is the height, which to some extent, there's not much we can do about. This being a masonry 1st floor, you know, we could go the way of Venice when we'll just have to get taller, those tie-offs for the horse. You know, with the horse heads, we'll just make them taller for the gondolas for when the tide goes out, the boat can come down.
Here before you know it.
So height, I think, should be a function of, you know, the minimum height required for this structure should drive your, you know, 1st floor height, with some modifications for obviously going in, having it be a functional floor. But I think it needs to be not a, you know, an 8 or a 9 foot ceiling. A foot down there will make a difference. You know, keeping that at an 8 or lower height will make a difference in the overall height. So that's number 1. Number two, I think the shutters actually add to this. I think what's complicating this side and the presentation overall is the continued roof form, which is almost like a salt box, which extends out over that little jog. I think that either that little jog needs to have a break in the roof and it goes to a 412, which is a more traditional form. And I think that that will present completely differently. Can we go down one elevation, please? So it'll break below, oh, there you go. That'll break that roof below the eave for the main roof. And I think it will change that presentation. The other element, so that's number two. Number three is I agree on the dormers. I think it would be beneficial that if you had a half-size dormer on each side as opposed to what you have here. So half this size on the west and on the east. Can we go down one more elevation? You went with just, nope, back up, back down, yep. You went with just one dormer here. I would suggest that the appropriate dormer would be the one on the left as the Juliet balcony. I don't think it's appropriate. It complicates the form. It's not something we typically see down there. That might be on like the back of a house somewhere or up on Orange Street on the back of a house. And I think your first floor height was somewhere around 9 or almost 9 feet tall. So it seems like you could come down a little bit. So overall, I think nice job and some minor modifications and a change of program on that third floor, which I understand could be problematic. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Stephen. Diane, did you go?
No, not yet.
What
I
do-
agree with what's being said. I was trying to say maybe for the,
Madam Chair, we can't hear Diane.
oh, sorry. No. Multitasking, it's called. Where's the one with sort of this one? It is the east. That's west.
That's facing that building on the corner.
Right. I think on the east elevation, the little landing up there is not appropriate, and I think that I'd like to see a drawing without the dormers and windows. I think it's the first floor, the basement floor, whatever, it's very simple. And then all this stuff is sort of thrown up there on that floor, and I don't think that it's appropriate on the building in the first place, and I would like to see it gone. It just is too much. And on the west also, I would like to see the dormer, if you're going to have one, brought in, but not on the front of the building. I would prefer not to see dormers and have it fit in with the building surrounding it. So that's my view at this time.
Well, thank you, Diane, for that. Jesse?
Thank you. On the south elevation, might be nice to have the B window just a little bit smaller than the A windows. I think that was mentioned by someone. I don't mind the pitch at where it is right now. I'm afraid if we spread it out anymore, you're going to see more shingle wall on the second floor on the east and west side, possibly anyways. Anything that we can do, it's I know we're dealing with the floodplains, but anything we can do to minimize the height would be much appreciated. I think Stephen's idea of making the dormer a little bit smaller, I don't know about half, but that might look a little funny, but maybe a little bit smaller on the third floor. I'm looking at the west elevation now. Might be helpful. North elevation in anywhere on the first floor where there is I think a red brick type masonry would look nice and make the building look more antique. And then on the east elevation, I think a one dormer would look better, and the balcony I think is not being helpful in this on this elevation, on the east elevation. And that's it.
Thank you. Stephen, did you go? I can't remember.
I did. I led the charge.
Okay. So Matt, I really like this building. I think it's charming. I like the outs and ins of the little Juliet balconies and the brackets going out. You know, it's I think it's charming. I think it's appropriate. It's an infill, and it has it's not pretentious. The only thing I don't quite buy is all that cement on the first floor. All I can think of is the Mariah Mitchell where the observatory is. It's the only cement building I can think of, but that's pretty cool. I mean, you might be able to pull that off. I also thought that those two sets of French doors on the is it Oak Street?
Yeah, and they're basically intended to be carriage house doors, like utility doors.
Yeah, I actually I really like that. I wish they could be just storefront windows like that, but I really like the design. But I think you've got a few.
We do have some feedback.
Yeah, please go ahead, Diane.
Madam Chair, could I just make a quick comment through
Okay.
you real quick?
Okay, sure.
Just reminding everybody about the elevated floodplain in this zone. It actually it's the floodplain plus a foot, so it actually comes up almost 2/3 on that first floor elevation. And I would just keep in mind that other structures that as they come in, if they want to be fully compliant, basically their first floor would be somewhere in the range of like 5 to 6 feet above or higher from the sidewalk. And so in this approach, what we try to do is essentially take that first floor and, you are allowed to do a retail or commercial use on the first floor. Essentially, it's completely in the floodplain. But I would say that as time goes by, more and more applications are going to be before you with the idea of, elevating that first floor. And some people may take a completely different approach where they don't want to put any usable square footage below the floodplain, in which case, this from an urban planning perspective will be something that I think the board has to just kind of be aware of. My point is the second and third floor theoretically could be higher if we put this thing on stilts or columns. So just a point of reference. But I got some
And
great
I think
feedback.
there are buildings, Matt, in the area that are bigger, like the Dreamland, but it's
Oh, yeah.
simple. It's the simplicity.
Yeah, I got some great
It doesn't have
feedback.
brackets. It doesn't have,
Yep.
Agree with that. Madam Chair, if I may, through you, there is somebody with their hand up.
William, come in.
Hi, Madam Chair, through you. I just wanted to chastise Holly for a moment. Holly, it's Harry Gordon.
Thank you.
He was still alive when you were a youngster.
Thank you. He was.
I wanted to chime in on a couple of concerns that were brought up. Matt and I.
Excuse me, we need your full name for the record.
Pardon me, Terry. This is William Patton Cassidy Jr. In any event, Matt and I had talked about the parging, and I agree with everything that has been said about that. And he will come back with something that addresses the concern. Maybe it'll be dropping the shingles a little bit and adding a brick veneer or a brick to bring that up and to match it. The other thing is, I just, as we look at the east elevation that is shown, or that I'm looking at on my screen here, I think it's important to remind everybody that the other building is in front of that, and that is an impossible view that we're seeing here. And likewise with the western elevation, it is, it's almost impossible to view. So that's all I have, and thank you. And thank you, Matt.
Thank you. Hop along, Cassidy. What was the motion?
I'm making a motion.
Madam Chair,
Well, yeah, what happened?
we can't hear you guys.
I think-
If Ez or if Adrian, can you go over to the other computer and unmute? I think that got hit.
Yeah, last thing I heard was Diane saying I'll make a motion.
Yep. No, that didn't do it. If you go down to the bottom, you should be able to hit the unmute button. Sorry, guys, I'm not there.
Holly, can they hear us?
They should be able to hear us. It looks like they're going over to the computer. If y'all look down at the bottom where it says on the actual Zoom itself, the mute, you need to undo the mute for everybody. There you go. Technical difficulties. That works. You got.
Oh, great. So Diane made a motion to hold for revisions and go back to HSAB.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, Botticelli and Pole is, but Sim is. Sin. Is it Sin or Sai?
Sai.
Sai, are you with us?
Looks like Si's left the building.
Oh, that's too bad. Okay.
Motion to hold number 12, 55 Eel Point for representation.
All in favor of Val's motion?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Pocomo.
Hi, guys. It's Tori.
Oh,
I'm not representing, but Chip asked if I could ask you guys, he can't make it till later in the meeting. So he asked if you could hold this, and if you want to know also number 16, 27 Cato, for him to represent later, if it all works out with time.
so you want to hold it for tonight for later?
For representation, yes, with Chip.
Okay, so do I hear that motion?
Hold 27 Cato Lane until next Tuesday?
No, later tonight. I
Oh,
think
later
she said.
tonight.
Yeah, he'll be there in a little bit. And 79 Pocomo, Diane.
Yeah, and that includes 79 Pocomo?
Yes, please.
Okay,
Okay, all in favor of Diane's motion?
aye.
Aye. Okay, 81 Vestal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A new fence. What's Nantucket, G and S?
No, I think this is, because Luke's doing that one. Yeah, this one is the one with the pool.
How did they get a pool?
Who's representing what the YMCA here?
Is Doug here or Mark?
Mark Catone?
Motion to hold number 14 for representation.
Okay, all in favor of Val's motion?
Aye.
Aye, any opposed?
Oh,
What?
discussion on the motion. I just want to clarify, this is a Yeah, on and I.
Okay. Okay, 14 Bishop's Rise. Greenhouse alteration. Meredith.
That would be.
There you go.
I can begin whenever you're ready, Madam Chair.
I think we're ready.
Okay. So this is an existing dwelling, 14 Bishop's Rise. It's pretty well vegetated, if you're familiar with the area. You don't really see the house, the front of it, until you get all the way to the driveway, which is pretty far on the property. The topography drops off, and I believe there's some wetlands around the perimeter. So the changes are fairly minimal. I think if we, that's the front of the house on A2.1. Most of the changes are on the rear of the structure, which is here. So if you look on the right side of this elevation, that hexagonal second floor roof deck is existing. And so what we're essentially doing is proposing to emulate that on the left side of the structure. That existing kitchen is a hexagonal shape as well. It's got a really shallow pitched roof, and there's some issues with it. And so to try to make the rear elevation a bit more cohesive, we thought that we would just continue that railing detail that's found on the right side and just and copy it to the left. This house was moved from Eel Point Road, I think maybe 8 years ago, and renovated. And so that is the majority of the changes. I think there's a couple of small fenestration changes on the on this A2.3 bottom right, but again, we're switching out larger windows for smaller ones. So overall, I feel like the changes are fairly minimal. We're also increasing the depth of the deck in that center stretch. So most of the changes are, if to summarize, are reducing the existing windows in the kitchen to a smaller window size because we're adding countertop there, and then 2, extending the deck to run on top of the kitchen in the same detail that is found on the right side of that rear elevation. Again, I think it would be, I don't think you can see this house from anywhere, but here we are. That's all I have, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Board members.
I'll go.
Thanks, Stephen.
Okay, so I'd like to ask for a view, and I think if it's not viewable, that's gonna be one. That'll be a huge mitigating factor. Otherwise, this is a lot of expansion of an already large second floor deck in an area that doesn't have a lot of second floor decks. So that's the concern if it's viewable. If it's not, I'm not as concerned. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Stephen. Carrie, are you on?
I am, and I agree with Stephen. I think, and I kind of feel like we're not going to be able to see this the way it is on the site, but I mean, it's extensive. I think maybe not coming out so far might help, but maybe, I don't know. I think a view is in order.
Okay. Diane.
Yeah, I think a view is good. I think the proposal for the deck railing all the way across from center stern on the second floor is too much. So I'd like to see a view, see what we can see.
Okay. Val?
I think I helped move this house, so I know
You
you
did.
can't see it.
You did.
What did you say? We
I
can't
said,
see it?
so I know you can't see it.
Oh, okay.
You guys should
Well,
view
then,
it.
all right, but
You could take your fellow board member's word for it.
yeah.
He is overly familiar with the site.
I think that second floor, you mean, that second floor balcony is too much.
Yeah, I mean, there's two things. One is there's a shallow deck in the center where it's almost like not big enough to put furniture. So that's one part of it. But in terms of figuring out how to make that roof work, because it's found on the right side, I do feel like, well, I agree that it's quote unquote an excessive amount. I do feel architecturally it really balances that rear elevation. But again, I think a viewing will be helpful.
Right, so, but I think that's the consensus, too much. So, who made the motion for the view? Stephen?
Yes.
All in favor of Stephen's motion?
Aye.
Aye, and any nays? No.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thanks, Matt. Moving right along. Yeah.
7 Cornwall Street, that's a fence application that could have been placed.
Oh, okay. Why not, so what about 27?
Because the digital
Oh, that's the one
submission
we-
was missing.
We're holding 27 Cato Lane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, does anybody want to make that motion? I
I
don't.
didn't look at it because there was nothing missing. It's on the screen. Yeah. Okay.
It's on
Which one are you talking about?
7 Cornwall.
7 Corn, oh, okay. Is Miss Williams one of the 2 iPads in the queue?
Well, she was here, I thought, earlier.
No, we're just looking at it on the screen.
So it's 100 feet of fence. And that's oh, it's already there?
I believe that's just an example
Oh.
of a fence.
Where's Cornwall Street?
Pavers.
My only concern is that it's 6 foot solid. If it was 5 and 1, it might be better. Natural to weather.
Right, and what are the fences around it? Are there any?
I don't know if there's any pictures of the actual house and where it's going.
Is it just that yellow section?
You know, 6-foot board is a lot, especially if it's not
So we make a motion to hold for,
No, let's
What-
just see if we can see more information.
What is the length of the fence?
100 feet?
100 feet of it.
100 feet?
Yeah.
Well, look at where it is. It's just that red section.
Sometimes you need 100 feet of fence.
You know,
Well,
but do you
yeah, but
want
what
a
about-
solid?
Well, I don't know. We're going to take turns, I think.
Okay,
how we
so,
do things.
so it looks like we're going to open, I think we're going to not put this on consent. I think that's the
Well, I would
consensus.
just suggest that since it has a representative, we've opened it, but we hold it until they're present because
Yeah.
otherwise, you know what I mean?
Very good. Is that your motion?
Yes.
Okay, Steve's motion
Call
for
representation.
representation. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? No. Old biz,
Talk to you about that. I got Bruce.
114 Baxter Road. Thornville,
That's Luke. I'm stepping away. He should be around.
Camp Coombs Welsh. Alternates, none. Recused, Thornwell. So you only have,
So you're going to be on 9.
is
Oh,
Luke?
on it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm here.
Luke, you only have 3.
I know. So are all 3 there?
Yeah?
Yes.
Well, I don't have any choice in terms of adding.
No, not really. Okay, just,
So, yeah, so may I present, Madam Chair?
oh, God. You want to tell us what you did?
I was not in the US.
We did exactly as
Unbelievable.
we believe that you guys requested as a group, and specifically move towards what Stephen Welch.
Can you speak a little louder, Luke?
Sure, sorry. We believe we've addressed everything that we were asked to do. If I could have you look at the elevations, we basically pulled in the 3rd floor deck is what we've done from the outer edges to reduce the visibility, perceived visibility from the road, from Baxter Road. And we pulled it in 3 feet on either side. Additionally, to create more of an enclosure and as possibly viewed from Baxter Road on the lower level underneath that deck. We were advised to add a couple of glass windows and a shingled wall, which we did, and thereby sort of creating a massing, a sense of mass rather than open air decks. So we believe that works quite well. And then we further followed down the hill, just added trellis. And those, and then on the west, so that's on the two end gable sides. On the west elevation, we returned the shingle wall as well, as suggested, to be in keeping with what was happening up above. So yeah, I think we pretty much did exactly what we were asked to do, and hopefully this will suffice for an approval.
Thank you, Luke. Let's see, Stephen?
Sure. Luke, appreciate the changes. I recall this now, looking at it. Can we go to the 2 sheets down? Yeah, so the upper left, you took this, what was, forgive me, no offense intended, looking more like the rear of the house, looking like a triplex flats. And by changing the massing, can we go back up 2 sheets to the same drawing? You've really transformed that character of this, and I think it's approvable as it is. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Stephen. Diane?
Well, I like most of it. I just wondered what is the view of the west elevation?
We can't hear you, Diane.
Oh,
Shut it off.
what is the view of the west elevation? Does that look out on the golf club?
Yeah, it looks at looks towards the golf course.
Okay. Well, I think that's a skylight, but it's already existing, so there you are. Okay, I think it's heavy looking out at the golf course, but the rest of it is so simple, and it breaks up from a little bit from the original house, which is sort of just a rectangle. So this will give it some character. And the rest of it is perfectly simple and good. So that's what I got to say.
Thanks, Diane. I thought that I think it was Steve was saying that there was going to be something more done to the basement part to weight it down and give it some architecture. So it's not quite what I thought was going to happen. But I'm not in favor in this situation of the brackets. I think they look a little pasted on and not, they don't really look structural to me.
So you want to hold for slight revisions?
No, I just, that's just my opinion. I think, what's the pleasure of the board?
Through you, Madam Chair. Luke, can you downsize those brackets so that, I mean, structurally, you're not going to require that much weight.
Yeah, I could certainly downsize the brackets. I mean, we are basically, this is an existing deck structure. So,
I mean, if you were to bring them in and up so that the bottom of the triangle is within the fascia of the.
Yeah, I could do that. Yeah.
Diane, listen, because.
Can we go to the south elevation, please? There we go. So here, I guess.
Oh, yeah, I could bring that in substantially, yeah.
Yeah, just what I'm suggesting is that if the bottom of my pen is the bottom of the bracket, that would come up in here, almost, splitting between this corner and this point is where the bracket would be on the outside, and then the inside would be here. So it would be up in here, which would make it much less substantial. Here, it's really like an architectural element where I think as a modification, it would just get lost in the presentation overall. So I'll make a motion to decrease the bracket size to fall within the perpendicular plane of the second floor deck extension.
Okay, Stephen,
staff.
through staff, on that motion, Diane?
Person to person?
Well, no, I just, well, we're only three, so,
Okay.
all in favor of Stephen's motion,
Aye.
Aye.
and I'm a nay, but it passes.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Luke. Yes. Yeah, that's probably smart. Do we have to make a motion for that, Terry? The Gingy Lanes are going to be held.
I didn't hear the comment.
The Gingy Lane, Robbie wants to hold 9 Gingy Lane.
Yeah, you do have to make a motion. That was not in the agenda.
I'll make a motion to hold 9 Gingy Lane for next Tuesday.
2, 3, and 4. All in favor of Diane's motion to hold?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No. 100 Low Beach Road.
Madam Chair, I just had a quick comment. I was, the 14 Bishop's Rise application that you just reviewed was actually on the consent agenda.
I pulled it.
You did?
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Sorry.
We saw it on the agenda. We called our client to tell him, oh, it's on consent. And
No,
I'm
sorry,
like,
Matt. We're kind of working through consentability parameters, and I did a quick check on it, and that was one that needed to, well.
I get you. I
pulled
just
it,
wanted
yeah.
to make sure that it wasn't unintentional.
No.
But it was intentional. It's a good lesson. I always say never count your chickens before they're hatched, unless you actually hear it.
Well, we
at the
normally don't
meeting.
do that.
Yeah, it happens sometimes, so I get it totally.
We're working on it.
It did. It did.
Matt, don't use that against us.
What's that?
I've been out here for 2 years with this on
I
this
know.
house.
Well, it's not for any other reason than we wanted to focus on the pool house. And with your permission, Madam Chair, I can actually start the presentation.
Are you guys sharing?
So,
Tablets.
As Val's pointed out, so you did review this structure about 2 years ago. We were in simultaneously for a pool house. And so the owner wanted to get that done, get that built, install the pool, and go from there. Actually, if we could stop on that first photograph, actually, not the first one, I'm sorry, the fourth. That one right there, yeah, because I think that actually shows the existing condition and the existing, size of the. It does not. It's probably about another, I'm going to guess like 300 feet to the left of this photograph. So it in many ways feels like it's kind of a separate structure and property. And I think this board actually dropped the height of it. It was a very small and minimal structure. So, so just going back to the, what our intent is here. Basically, this is an existing structure. It's an existing footprint that we're dealing with. That structure to the left is a studio, and that is not part of this application. So it's just the main mass, if you will. And again, it's an existing footprint, an existing building. Can we scroll up to this, the photograph of the front of the structure, if we could? Yeah, I guess that's a good shot. If you zoom in on that, so I mean, no offense to the previous owner, but obviously I feel like from a massing perspective, this structure, I feel like there's a lot of things here that I wouldn't do that drive me a little crazy. We can, John McLaughlin detail about lining up eaves to meeting rails. Not that that's a hard and fast rule, but this is actually a good example of why it kind of looks awkward. The plate height of the dormers, if you look at those dormers, look at the plate height. It's odd. The massing schematic as a whole, we felt it was just strange. Now, we cannot increase the footprint of the structure at all. So we're really working with the existing footprint. And so our primary goal here is to just, make the building look aesthetically better on the outside, pick up a little bit more square footage on the second floor, but for the most part, keep the footprint the way it was. When you had reviewed it last, and I think now might be a good time to scroll down to the elevations, particularly, sheet A201. So that's a great one. And I think that if you actually include the existing elevations at the top of the page, that they're at 1/8 inch scale, if these are printed at 24 by 36, really what we're trying to do is concentrate on that center mass of the structure and develop that in a way that has like a cohesive sequencing of massing, if you will, or hierarchy. Where we left off last when you saw it, we had, which is the 1/8 inch reduced elevation just underneath the proposed, we actually had second floor square footage over that existing wing on the right. And that was an issue for the sport. So we actually completely eliminated any second floor program on that side. And the only reason it's clouded is that the secondary mass all the way to the right, the existing plate height is very, very, very low. And there's a series of steps and it's really awkward. So we just want to level out that eve line so it's more consistent. So essentially, for all intents and purposes, this right side of the structure is essentially staying the way it is, one-story structure. And so we're really just focusing on this middle section. And our primary goal here, there's some program requirements we want to hit on the second floor, but basically just take the aesthetics of the structure and give it a little bit more identity. And that's where we're at. There was some discussion about potentially changing some of these gable dormers to sheds, which we're totally fine with. The other thing too is if we scroll down to the next sheet, the rear elevation. So we've made some changes here as well. Obviously, the left side of the massing essentially stays the way it is. I don't think that this will be very difficult to see from a public way, but regardless, we had some second floor transom windows above the second floor windows on the left side on that deck. We've eliminated those. We've eliminated gable dormer and basically in general just tried to simplify elements. One thing I did notice is that gable on the rear elevation, which again faces the water and the dunes, which I think the visibility is, it's questionable. We do have a slight salt box shape to that, and that was kind of a nod to the existing condition. I could easily make that equal. It's a subtle difference, but it's just a small thing. I was looking at it tonight and said that that's something we could easily fix. So with that, look forward to comments from the board. Again, this is an existing footprint. It's an existing long footprint, and we're just trying to really, make it just a bit more aesthetically appealing from the Little Beach roadside. And this is not a highly populated area otherwise as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Matt. Anybody ready to jump in?
Oh, well.
Thank you, Stephen.
My mother would slap me for talking in my mouth, though.
No, but she's not here.
Correct. All right, so Matt. Through you, Madam Chair. I want to focus on the roof block for a moment. So if we could look at the east elevation. Yep. All right. Well, actually, let's stay right there for a moment. In the lower image, the full elevation, which is the rear of the house, you see the height of the skirt. Okay. So if we go up 1 feet, here, obviously, the one side of the skirt is obscured on the lower left corner.
Mhm.
In this elevation, which is the front, facing Low Beach, the skirt looks to be shorter by, I'd imagine, at least a foot. So with that in mind, and I'm looking here, floor program, is it I see there's access to that through ship's ladder. Is it intended that the ship's ladder will access a room within the boundaries of the skirt, or is it primarily for access to the roof walk?
Primarily access to the roof walk, but nowadays we do, for you, Madam Chair, is just frame the perimeter of the wall.
Okay.
Just because it makes it easier as opposed to a shaft.
And then, so looking at your floor plans, noting that the proposed floor plan versus the elevation is reversed, if you will. It looks like the access to the roof walk could be on the rear of the home versus the front, that ship's ladder, just by moving it over a few feet to the other side of the ridge. And in so doing, the important part, the big lead up, was to eliminate the skirt on the front of the home. Other than the skirt on the front of the home, noting that the pool house cottage is, I agree, about 100 yards away, so football field. I think that the modifications are really helpful. I think that if we look at the north elevation, the modification from what was originally proposed is a great simplification. It is a little long long in the tooth with respect to the ridge, but it does balance out, and I think it's appropriate for that area. So other than the skirt on the roof walk changing to skirtless on the north elevation, I have no concerns.
Thank you, Stephen.
We could do that too, Madam Chair. Make the adjustment to have it open on the front and enclosed or shaft in the back.
Okay, that's good. Diane, are you ready? Okay, go.
Could I make a really quick interruption here?
Sure.
I didn't have you as being on this. Am I mistaken?
Possible.
Who is you?
I had Paul Coombs, Oliver Welch, and Thornwell. Am I mistaken on that?
I don't think you are.
Who are you asking?
Diane, I think.
Diane's on it.
Diane, you should be chairing this because.
Yes.
Okay.
No.
Is that all right?
Okay, already.
Actually, that's open. Anyway,
Thank you.
but I'm not.
I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Jesse, you got something to say?
I don't think I'm on this.
No, but I do. I'll go, Diane.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, you have a 3-person board.
Oh, all right.
Diane, Val, Steve, and Carrie.
That's 4.
4.
So, I think the reason why the skirt is longer on one side than the other is because the roof walk doesn't look to be on center. It looks like it's shifted a little bit. That's east. South.
Yes.
But I agree with that roof walk comment. But I also, like, this is 3 feet taller than the existing building, and I think that's quite a lot. And I think you could solve the height of the skirt if you just brought the roof pitch down to a 10. A 12 is so steep, and it's 28 feet tall, whereas the original building is 25. And I don't think you're gonna lose anything except some top-heavy quality to this. But I think it would benefit everything, because I think the roof walk seems like it's overwhelming this little central mass. And I think shorter and just posts would be a lot better and more in keeping with the sort of stick style that you've got going on. It feels very heavy to me. Other than that, I the front door in this house, it seems like it's not anything. And I'm usually not one to really care, but on this house, it's a large and sort of grand house. And I just don't understand
Could looks like the back door, right?
yeah, it just doesn't look like anything. So I just wonder about that.
Madam Chair, can I comment on that point?
Let's just finish first, okay?
Even like side lights or something to like beef it up and make it look like, oh, a door.
Side lights would work. Yeah.
I think that's all I have. I think it's just about the roof pitch and the roof walk. But other than that, I think it's cool, and I do understand how difficult it is to work on an existing footprint, especially one like this.
Now, go there.
I appreciate the reduction in the massing that was gonna be added on the right of the north elevation. I think that's appropriate. I still do think that this is a rather big structure because it's right on the street when you drive out there. So it is gonna, to me, feel like it looms where the other building was a little bit more modest. I actually questioned the roof walk. I think the first time you have this beautiful unencumbered view of the water. I don't know why you need a roof walk. It just makes everything about it seem bigger. I agree with Carrie about the roof pitch coming down. I think that would really help mitigate the impact of the overall structure. And Matt, it looks like it's in the setback, so do you have to go to ZBA? I know that's not germane to our situation, but.
Through you, Madam Chair, but yes, we do, and we'll also have to go to Concom, and that was one of the reasons I was going to speak to Carrie's comment, is that we can't add any, like, we can't even put a deck or a post, any projected gable, anything off that front building, and so that's why that front door has brackets, but I do think that trim and side lights would certainly draw more attention to it, but yes, we do have to go to ZBA and Concom.
Okay.
That's what I have.
Thank you. So, what would anybody look at as a good motion? Oh, I was going to say one thing. That's right. I don't think there should be a roof walk at all. I think it should be gone. It doesn't fit in. I would like to see the windows going back, not the 2/2s. It makes it look very modern, and it needs to, I think it needs to fit into the vegetation stuff simpler than the 2/2 windows, which will catch the sun come sundown and be quite extensive down there on the beach. So I would prefer to see them broken up. What kind of, do we have a window schedule? What kind of windows are they?
I think the second structure was already approved with 2/2.
It was.
Well, it's not the main structures, all I can say.
Oh,
Oh,
shit.
I brought paper towels today myself. Right here. Here. I brought them.
Getting near you.
Hard to have. Lucky I didn't bring booze, huh?
I was studying my.
Oh, Thank you, Adrian. It's just plain old water.
This is the biggest balloon I've ever seen.
It's okay unless it's.
It's not 4x6. It's not sticky, it's
It's just seltzer.
seltzer water, it's just mouth and mouth. So did we think of a motion that somebody would like to
You guys-
propose?
Make a motion to approve it without the roof block.
Okay,
11, 12 pitch roof.
11 and 12 pitch roof?
I'm a no.
On the main.
I think that could be an eye. 11 will drop it like what, a foot?
Yeah, it's gonna be. Well, also the existing,
And the roof block going away makes a big difference.
in the other house, without prejudice, and then the other house has the steep roof edges, so. It's
That's
not
like
sit down.
300 million miles away though.
300 yards, or 300 feet.
All right, so we have a motion on the table, which is to approve with no roof walk and 11, 12 pitch
Can I come back for the roof walk?
Yeah, without prejudice.
Thank you.
without prejudice. Except my prejudice.
I'm an eye.
You're entitled.
So who's an aye?
Aye.
Aye. What about you, Val?
I'm a no.
A no.
Okay, that carries.
What about the windows? Are you leaving them 2/2s?
Given the other structure was approved that way, and we hadn't really focused on it until now, I would say. No offense.
I think 2/2s are great.
All right, I guess. I have great questions about it because I think the building is huge. But I don't know with what we've got, I'm going to win, so I will go for it, but that's it.
For what it's worth, Diane, the second floor area, we're not really increasing that much. Just by nature of the existing building, it's long, so, but I hear and respect what you're saying.
Okay, thank you.
That's it. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Act Smart requested to hold 9 East Street, the main house in the guest house. So,
I think it's back to me, Diane.
Yep.
So, oops, do we have to make a motion on that?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, do I hear a motion to hold 9, thank you, for both? Okay, on Stephen's motion, do I hear all in favor? Any nays? No. Okay, 2 Candle House Lane, concept design.
I'm here.
Hey there,
Hi,
PJ.
good to see everybody.
Good to see you.
You keep it. Anyone.
So we don't make another mistake. It's Camp Coombs, Oliver, Welsh. Are we ready, TJ?
Yeah, should I go ahead?
Are you guys ready? Welsh is ready. Okay.
Okay, so been here a few times for this. The main thing that stands out has been the topography and grading I know the neighbors have been concerned about the water runoff and any material changes to that. So I provided an existing topo plan, a proposed topo plan, and also existing grade lines on the elevations and sections. So we don't feel that the water runoff is materially going to be an issue, because it's all going to still flow to the south of this property to where that valley is, elevation 29 in the back. You're looking at the existing plan now. You see it goes from 30, and there's a little divot at 28 there, or 28.7, then it goes to 29. So if you turn to the proposed plan, the next sheet, you'll see that, up one, you got to go back up a little bit. You'll see our proposed topo lines on this sheet, on that sheet right there. We've basically, the lines in bold are the proposed lines. So we're making a change near the deck area on the west elevation to, in a very small area, to 31. Then it's going to slope back gradually to 29 at the rear lot line. And we've done that around the perimeter of the building to keep the building dry itself. The other grade changes that are of note are there's a little bit of a cut and fill up at the front entry area where we've set back from the road to make that level. We're at elevation 34 there, as well as the parking area, which we have reduced since the last iteration of this design, since the last time you saw it. Aside from that, I guess I'd go, if you want, I can go elevation by elevation with the changes.
Sure. Thank you.
Sure. Starting at the north elevation, the front elevation, some of the comments were saying that the 3-bay was oddly proportioned, so we revised the fenestration to refine that proportion a little bit. Everybody wanted a chimney on the main mast, so we've implemented that next to the roof walk there. And we've also gone away from the shutters in clapboard. We just went back to natural weather cedar shingles, white trim. East elevation, the next one, we've lowered the eave height of the dormer per request. South elevation, there's a couple things going on here. The sunroom has been reduced in size. We brought it in central to the axis a little bit there, took a few feet out of it. Also increasing the roof pitch to a 4-pitch. It was a little bit lower in the last version. And we, per the board's suggestion, moved that chimney to the south elevation. We thought that actually worked really nice. And on the next west elevation, you'll see that we have just revised the massing a little bit. We did a first floor bump out in the center of that elevation there, with the roof connecting to the sunroom roof just a little bit. And we've reduced the area of retaining. I've got that clouded below the deck. And obviously, in doing so, we had to add railing to the deck. And then you can scroll down and see the site sections as well, if you like. I don't really have too much to say about it, other than I feel that we have kept grade changes to a minimum. In the back there, the first section, you'll see that the reason that we filled it as much as we did is to create some semblance of a level yard area below the deck. And then it slopes back to 29 elevation of the south lot line. And then I think the other two sections are a little bit less descriptive, but you can view those as well.
Thanks, TJ.
Thank you.
Anybody want to go first?
Madam Chair.
Holly, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as you all remember, this is an infill lot within the old historic district. This has been reviewed extensively by and HSAB as well as staff. HSAB took a look at the proposed revisions per your request on July 25th. They said, as stated last time by HSAB and HDC, this does not work as a 3-bay. It should be either narrower or changed to a 4-bay. The first and second floor windows should all be the same height as was historically done, and they should be a little narrower for proper proportion. As stated last time, the east shed dormer should not run into the main mass. It has too much shingled area. Drop it back down on the right side and add a window. The west-facing sunroom climbs up too high on the adjacent roof. It should have a hipped roof and fenestration that would make it feel more like a glassed-in porch. The basement area way should not include the chimney mass. Stop it at the edge of the chimney. The roof walk should not have a skirt. The chimney should be a little taller, obviously per code. The 4 ganged French doors should change to a pair of French doors with windows on either side. The short roofed section from the French doors should not be a continuation of the shed next to it. Changing that shed to a hipped roof would correct this awkward condition. The retaining for the parking area is too tall. The driveway should slope as close to existing grade as possible. The parking area does not have to be perfectly level, though. And HSAB respectfully requests revisions if the commission so inclined. Just want to mention, appreciate having the topo plan provided as well as requested, as well as the location of the driveway. Appreciate the chimney being added onto that if you're going to propose a roof walk, and concur with HSAB. I agree with HSAB's comments on the boxiness and it there's too much shingle space for having this become a 3-bay. If it's going to be a 3-bay, it needs to shrink in size or add the 4th bay as proportionately correct. That's something that really should be looked at, because right now the proportions are still out of whack.
We actually had this as a 5-bay. We had it as a 4-bay and a 3-bay. And I'm a little frustrated that we're going back and forth there, because we went to a 5-bay, you suggested a 4-bay. We went to a 4-bay, you suggested a 3-bay.
TJ, I don't think it's whether it's 3 or 5. I think it's the proportions of the windows. The panes are just not looking historic in a historic area. They're too wide, too chunky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have one other comment, or actually 2 others. One is the visibility specifically of, I can't see it, this elevation with all the ganged windows. Will that be visible or not? Maybe we need to have more of a view of that regards. And then I just want to mention that, remind the commission that you have received in the past comments and concerns from abutters. I'm not privy on whether or not we've received anything recently, but just wanted to mention it for the record. Those are the comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Board members.
I'll go.
Okay, thanks, Stephen.
TJ,
Hey, Stephen.
how you doing?
Good.
Thank you. Big difference. Appreciate the changes with respect to the grade. I think it's very thoughtful. It retains the character and setting for the most part. I understand the drive for the driveway not to be supported by retainage, but so along the lines of the driveway, through Madam Chair, it appears to me that the top of the retaining wall, or I should say the finished grade of the driveway, will be approximately the finished grade of the bottom step of the front stoop. Is that correct? In other words, there will be a slight declination as you come off Candle House down to the driveway.
Correct, yes. It goes from 36 to and levels at 34, and it's just a step up from the threshold of the floor.
And then how will you address the grade that's at 31.2 at the front stoop getting to the driveway? Will there be steps going up to the driveway?
No, there won't be. You're talking about accessing the backyard from the front yard?
No, accessing, so say you get out of, you hop off at the driveway.
Mhm.
You've got a grade that appears to be lower at the proposed structure at the front entry. And how are you going to transition from the driveway height to the front yard height?
That's just going to, I don't think we're going to need steps there, possibly like one granite step. But I think it's going to just grade naturally fall from that sloping portion of driveway to the front leveled area.
So now I'm looking at the what do we got up at the top? North elevation. So
Yeah.
it looks to me like you need to modify. Can we go to our site plan, please? Actually, hold on one sec. Can you go back up? So this is the area I was talking about. In the site plan, it shows the grade here. TJ, you can't see me, but I'm pointing at the grade at the front door. In the site plan, it shows the grade here to be at this height. So I was asking relative to coming in the driveway, how do you get here down to this height? So either here, there doesn't need to be retainage, but if this is approvable, then this would need to be changed in the site plan. It's currently listed at 31 feet, 31.2, it would be at 34. And I'm a little concerned about that. I think that this should step down. So TJ, basically, if you look at your site plan, at the front stoop, you're at 31.2. And to alter that to be the height of the driveway would mean that you're changing, consistent with your north elevation, would mean that you're changing the height of the grade along the front by some 3.2 feet.
I'm sorry, the front entry area is coplanar with the driveway. It's 34.
Okay,
See,
yeah. So my concern.
That was existing grade.
Well, it shows it at 31.2 near the house.
So if you look at the solid line next to the driveway, there's another solid line that says 34 opposite it.
Mhm.
The intent is for that to be leveled at 34. I'm not sure if
Oh, I see where
engineer
you're.
has
you've got your-
represented it exactly right, but
No, I got it. You've got your solid lines. So I'm a little concerned about that. I think it would be more appropriate for there to be the grade there to be lower, closer to the existing and across the front of the house. And then there's a step up. I'm not concerned about the grade being level from on the driveway side going into the house on the side to the deck. Because it makes sense to me there, but along the front, it seems like that should be lower. Otherwise, the whole grade in front of this house is changing the natural topography. So that would be my only concern.
we could lower that, but then you'd have a higher retaining wall exposed on the street side there. I could do it either way.
Yeah, because currently there is a retaining wall against the street, so I think that maintains that. So on the elevations themselves, if we could go to the north, basically what would happen is your grade across the front of the structure would be lower until it met the right side where the driveway is. The elements of the architectural elements, frankly, I'm concerned that the roof walk is too small. I think it should be skirtless, at least on the front. If you need that for access on the back, I understand. Looked at your program on the interior. It looks like maybe that can be worked out. And then I understand the chimney is a faux chimney. Is that correct?
Yes.
So I would just suggest get it up at least the height of the roof walk railing. It doesn't have to be under the building code. It's not functional, but I think it would be more typical looking. And on the east elevation, ditto the comment with respect to the roof walk and a little bit more substantial and no skirt on the front or the side, on the front side. And I think that this existing grade shows here what would be preferred So you would step down to the existing grade from the front stoop, but then you would have steps up to the driveway made of stone, which frankly, I think is, really going to set this structure apart, other than, this kind of, we're going to raise the grade. It's an inappropriate solution, I think, in the historic setting. The last question I have is, what is the trim detail of the windows? Is it plank frame? Is it modified?
We did
plank
not
frame?
spec plank frame. It's just regular 1x4s, 5/4 by 4.
Okay, and is there any consideration that along the front of the structure, it might be a plank frame or a hybrid?
It could be done.
Because I really think that these little details can make a significant difference in the presentation of the structure. So I would ask to summarize that the grade change at the front of the house to match the existing with more steps down from the front stoop and steps up to the driveway, that there be no skirt on the front or the front sides of the roof walk. The width and the depth would increase slightly. Chimney height would go up, and plank frame trim on the front for the minutes. Thank you. Oh, and I'd like to say again, just looking at the sections through the parking, the west elevation, the east elevation with respect to the existing grade, I just want to commend you for taking to heart what we were discussing and acting on it. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Yes. Warren Feldberg. Warren, did you want to say something?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. Appreciate it. And I'll be brief. We do agree with the comments that we've heard. I think the driveway height really does change the nature of the neighborhood. So we are supportive of the comments that I've heard today to really contour it more in line with what's there today. As you know, the property steps down quite a bit. It's a very nice property, but it is lower than the street. And by having the driveway at the proposed levels, it really accentuates the difference from the way it sits today. So we agree and are supportive of that viewpoint. The second comment I would make is consistent with what I've said in earlier meetings. And I realize that this committee doesn't have as its main mandate to concern itself with some of the water management issues. I recognize that. But at the same time, by virtue of building this home, and even with the adjustments proposed to the contouring, and I do appreciate that the contouring has been adjusted, it still does create a flow of water into that corner that is very significant. I mean, you have to be here in a rainstorm to appreciate what happens to water coming down Angola Street and coming off of Candle House, and what happens to this quadrant of the neighborhood. So I would just ask that there be consideration given on the part of the new owners to provide some kind of water management system at that corner. I mean, we've done in our property in 3 spots, and it does help. And if that would be something that could be considered, I realize it's not part of the mandate here today, but it would certainly help the neighbors feel better about this development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Board members. Stephen, you went, correct?
Yeah, can I address one comment on the drainage?
Go ahead.
Just to be clear. I just wanted to clarify, under the building code, temporary and finished grading shall not direct nor create flooding or damage to adjacent property during or after completion of construction. So that's a quick way of saying that water management is part of the building code and would be something that a new construction or a major construction alteration renovation would be responsible for. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So, Val, are you ready?
I agree with Stephen on his points. I'm wondering if part of the ongoing proportion conundrum about this house is the fact that there's a 9'6" first floor ceiling height, which is really very tall.
It's 8.6.
Sorry?
8.6.
It says second floor 10.6, first floor 1 foot.
So the ceiling height is 8.6 because there you got a foot of joist in there.
Okay. I can't do math, I guess. I agree about the roof walk and the chimney. I agree with HSAB on the east elevation. Dormer dying into the front massing to be altered and some more fenestration on that side. I appreciate the changes that you've made on the rear, and I am not as concerned about the 4 doors because that is set back and there's going to be some landscaping members there that I think will obliterate the fact that that's there. I don't disagree with 2 doors and 2 windows though. And that's all I have for now.
Thank you, Val. Diane?
Yeah, I appreciate the changes and the concern of the grading of the
Madam Chair, we
property.
need
I
Diane's
wonder
mic on.
whether, instead of making stairs and all that stuff, when you're going up to the parking lot, kind of be smoothed out so you can just walk up the slight grade.
Sorry, Diane, can you say that? Can you start again for Terry?
Sorry.
We're trying not to rustle paper in the.
I was concerned about the driveway and the difference between the 34 and the 31. Instead of putting up more steps, couldn't you just walk up it? It's not all that big, maybe it's too big.
Can I clarify why you can't? The front door is about 6 feet from the driveway.
Yeah.
So if the existing grade were kept at 31, you would have 6 feet to go up 3 feet. The pitch would be, basically almost a 45-degree angle. The alternative would be that the front stoop is itself behind retainage and it's at the same level as the driveway. Whereas the front yard stays low, but just the area of the front stoop.
Well, the front
goes up.
stoop, that would be good.
Yeah.
That
No,
would
just
be-
why I was saying it, just the mechanics of it.
Yeah. That would bring it. I just think the amount of stone walls around in this particular area is a lot. And we do have to concern ourselves with that corner of the water. I do think that the west elevation with the 4 windows should be the way Val mentioned, of 2 doors and 2 windows. I have a question about the being a 3-bay. My house is a 3-bay, and the windows are a good size, and the windows on the first floor and the windows on the second floor are a good size. Not much shingles hang out there without. It's an old house, 1830, but it's pretty good. So I was trying to figure what the width of my house is. I know it's 30 feet one way, and I don't think it's 30 feet wide. So I could see it coming in a little bit, but I would like to see the windows being a more historic size if it's sort of going to fit into that countryside. I think the windows on most of the buildings that we've allowed to go up are fairly good. So I'd like to see the front done with that. Agree with the roof going into the main roof, and the height of the chimney and The roof walk to me seems sort of wishy-washy. I don't know whether it should be bigger, no skirt, or taken off altogether. So it seems like it's very small. Maybe it's just my vision of it, but that's what I got.
Thank you, Diane. TJ, my main concern is the fenestration and how it doesn't read as, you know, a proportionately an old sort of Quaker house. I don't know whether it's the width of it, but the windows, I think, have to get bigger and have, the panes have to be more vertical. I don't quite understand why you have a picket fence in front of the front door. I think that should be open to see the door completely. If you're going to have steps, they could be at the side, but I wouldn't put a picket fence across the front door. I think the roof walk should enclose the chimney. The chimney, if you're going to have a chimney and have it present itself as an older building, it should be central. And the roof walk should go around that chimney, enclose that chimney. On the far right shed there, you have a bump out on the far right. I think that should have a window in it. And that is all I have to say. So, oh, just one other thing. You have sort of a fascia strip at the top of that north elevation. I think the windows should somehow become a part of that strip. I think maybe take a look at some of the older houses and see how they do the top of the window and how it relates to that fascia board. So those are my comments.
So you want a motion to hold for site revisions?
I do. All in favor of Diane's motion to hold for some revisions?
Aye.
Aye.
Being the revisions we talked about.
Being the revisions we talked about, yes. And Val, you good with that?
Yeah.
Yep, okay, and, okay, TJ, thank you.
Thank you.
Jesse's gonna take the next bunch and then I'm gonna follow up.
Okay, where are you going?
No worries. He wants to go a little early, so.
Oh, okay. All right.
I want birthday.
Ah.
Hey, it's my birthday too.
No.
On November 7th.
Yeah. Okay, to Candlelass Lane,
Happy
new
birthday.
business, 7/19/2022. 2 Maplethorpe Lane.
I don't know, is Dustin here?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay.
There he is.
You presented this at, didn't you last time? No. Like that.
What do you got for us, Dustin?
All right, we have a one-car garage with living space above at 2 Maple Lane. That's the first house on the left in that new development off of Rugged Road. The front garage door will be natural. All the swing doors will be black. Trims matching the main house, which has already been approved. The only adjustment to the approved main dwelling is that the main ridge dropped 6 inches. So that has a main height of 26.6, and the height of the garage would be 23.2.
I believe we left off the pitch, but that's a 9 pitch, which is the same as the 2 gables in the front of the house on the main dwelling. That's all I got for you.
Okay, thank you. Who would like to go?
I'm gonna sit off just to keep it not confusing.
Really? Okay, okay.
Does that mean you're back
Jesse?
on? Or just for a full board?
Diane, did you say you were ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. I think it's a good, simple building. I would like to see the exterior of the south of the, I guess it's the garage, with a single window up there, a double window, just, I'd like to know.
Who's talking? I can't hear.
Oh, Diane.
Sorry. I would like to see in the garage, the double windows to be a single window. I don't think it needs to be double window. I would like to see in the exterior elevation on the east, perhaps 3 windows in that dormer, or bring the dormer as to a lot smaller. I don't think doghouse dormers would fit into the architecture. So I think you need 2 out the way you got them, and maybe 1 over the door, which would give you a better balance. And otherwise, it's certainly.
So you'd like to, sorry,
Huh?
through you.
Go ahead.
Through you, Madam Chair, would you like to, Diane, would you like to see 1 window over the garage doors? Is that what you're saying?
If you can, or separate those 2. You've got a lot of siding that you could separate them with at least 6 inches, 8 inches in between. Not that
Sure.
they're over the lower windows, but that they are fill in the gap of those 2 windows, but up above. Do you know what I mean?
Yep, absolutely.
Anything else?
No, I think otherwise it's a good, simple little building which will fit in down there on Rugged Road.
Okay, Stephen, are you ready?
Yeah, I agree with Diane's comments. I think, at some point they're gonna add lattice on these east and west elevations to kind of tone down the height. These structures just look very tall. By the way, Dustin, we do need to get a ridge height on these drawings. What is it?
It's 23.2.
Yeah, so I
Sorry
mean,
about
for a relatively small structure, that's a pretty tall building.
Yeah, it should be 22.
Yeah, 22 would be more appropriate.
Okay.
And that would cut down that sense of the vast plane of shingle. So if you lost a foot of height on the first floor, I mean, you can have a 10-foot ceiling in a garage and still come in at 22.6, 22.8. So, yeah, I think the height needs to come down.
What's the roof?
Okay.
I'd venture that it's a 8 or a 9.
It's a 9 pitch.
9. So we need that added too, please.
Yeah, that'd be
Okay.
nice. Carrie?
Yeah, I think the north elevation is the prominent one that's going to be visible after everything's built. I agree with Diane. I think there's a lot of shingle, and I just wonder, separate the windows, maybe give the garage doors bigger trim or something, a little beefier, because they read kind of small. I don't think the other elevations will really be so visible. I do think the dormers are quite long to each just have 2 small windows in them. If you can work that a little better. Has the house been approved yet, or that's pending?
No, it has been approved. It was pending when I submitted this application.
Okay.
Jesse?
Thanks, that's it.
Thanks, Carrie.
Yeah, I don't mind the height, although it may be helpful or if we've seen it in comparison with the other approved building, to make sure they're in kind of in context with each other.
It's 25.6.
Sure.
Yeah, they're,
No. This one is 25.6.
and this is 23.
8. Yeah.
So, sorry, guys. No, the approved elevation height on the main house is 27.6. We widened one of the gables. So what you're looking at, Stephen, is the pre-approved plans. That's what I was going in for. And then on staff approval, I widened a gable and increased the pitch.
Okay, so it's 27.
Yeah.
I still think the garage is too tall.
I mean, I'm in agreement with you. I'm just.
Yeah, no, but thank you for the clarification.
Jesse, did you,
So, yeah, I mean, there is a lot of shingle there. I like the idea of a single window, but with all the shingle, maybe we should just split them up. I think, but yeah, overall, maybe just reducing the shingle mass, whether it's bigger trim, splitting up the windows, reducing the height, or all of the above. Thank you.
Oh, thanks, Jesse. Yeah, my only issue is, well, besides the height, if that could come down a foot, that would be great. The 2 shed dormers on either side, I think those 2/2 windows just look tiny, and I'd rather see just some squarer windows up in that eave, like, you know, more of them, or somehow make the dormer relate to those windows. They just seem to be swimming in a lot of shingle. So I think maybe address that. Should we hold for some minor revisions?
Motion to hold for addition.
Okay, all in favor of Diane's motion?
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? No. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
You've got some more.
We do have some more. Unfortunately, the main dwelling on these next 3 applications is still quite a ways back in line. I have submitted my revisions, but it's on old business. Let's see.
What, is this 49, are we talking about 49 Sankaty? Where are we?
We are talking about 49 Sankaty, yes.
Through you, Madam Chair. Dustin, you're looking to have these track the main house?
I mean, I just kind of assume that's what you guys want.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, we should get the main house right.
I mean, are we allowed to look at the main house?
No, unfortunately, you can't just swap them, but
Gotcha.
yeah, I'd
Should- does-
suggest hold these.
Could you make that motion to track?
Motion for 49 Sankaty Pool, Spa, Cabana, and Garage, hold to track the main house.
Yeah.
So does that mean when the new house comes up, the main house, these can then be?
Yes.
merged?
Yeah,
That's what I'm suggesting.
yeah. I think that's best, don't you?
Yeah.
I
Okay,
think
all in
that's
favor
better.
of
Okay.
Steve? Sorry, all in favor of Stephen's motion? Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? No. Okay, 4 Quince.
Are you back out?
Can you hear us?
McMullen.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, good.
Nathan,
Yes.
you bringing the pizza? What did the town say? Are they,
I don't know, I was gonna ask Ray where our victuals are.
What do you mean?
we're supposed to get pizzas.
oh, sorry, that's, nothing.
Sorry, Nathan, is that you?
Yes. Shall I? Go ahead.
Okay, let's.
Okay.
Yeah,
This is for a small addition on the south side or rear. of 4 Quince Street for David and Diane Lilly. We've done other additions to this, smaller. And you can see that this is on the rear or south side of the house. And if you look at the second floor plan, you don't need to, you could take my word for it, but it, like some of these older 1834, this one, house is stuck without a direct means from the second floor hall to the back bedroom as rear L's get to be, and they have to go through a bedroom. So that's inconvenient for them to have to go through there to get to the kitchen at night or anything. So this rear addition is not only for them to not disturb their guests, but also an egress issue, especially since the recent unpleasantness of the veranda house reminded them that they're doing the right thing. They're getting an egress addition off the back. If you were to look from Hussey Street, there's a lot and a house pretty much between them and this stair, so it would be very barely visible from Hussey, and it wouldn't be visible from Center or anywhere else. We've shown you, if you care to look, the surrounding 3 or 4 rear stairs, balconies, if you wish to look, that we took. Other than that, the new deck, well, the existing deck is weathered. The new deck will be epay to weather. The new trim and door are gray to match existing. And the new balustrades are clear cedar to weather. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Nathan.
Thank you.
Holly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As Nathan had mentioned, this is a circa 1830s, 1834, I believe is what he said. Within the old historic district of 3 Bay. And HSAB took a look at this request on August 1st, yesterday. They said these stairs will be visible from Hussey Street. Exterior stairs are not appropriate in the OHD. And from staff's perspective, 2-story stairs onto an L of this historic structure is not appropriate. What is the visibility? I would recommend a view if it's not clear on that. This is a little unique understanding, and fortunately the need is dictating the architecture, and that really needs to be looked at really hard because that's not typical of the HGC. So I would definitely recommend having a view and seeing what all other alternatives might be done for that egress issue. Also just concern on the type of wood being proposed, epay versus, straight cedar or pine. So those are the comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Anybody ready to go? Val, questions? Question, Nathan?
Yeah.
Yes.
So I appreciate the safety part of this, but it is not required to have.
It is not required by code.
So yeah, that was one of my questions, and I think it's unfortunate the one next door is there because it looks not so great. I probably want to view this
Okay.
because
1830s.
18 something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Diane, did you say something?
Yeah. I have to keep doing this because of the large size plans here.
Yeah. Thank you. I At the moment, I think those stairs are inappropriate. A house on Quint Street, which is one of our oldest streets, it looks like, it doesn't look like Quint Street. It shouldn't be there. The rest of the house follows all the old lines and everything else, and I don't know how you get down from the second floor without having it, but I think that one should try. I agree with Val to have a view, but I think that those stairs are inappropriate for the side of the house. They will be visible and noticeable. There's enough of them from the second floor down and across and everything to not be good.
Thank you, Diane. Carrie?
I agree. I think this is a very unusual thing to do on a residence, and especially an old house. The visibility factor, I guess, comes into play, so maybe a view would be helpful. I don't know. Yeah. You're in the setback as well, so you can't like do an addition to that gable with an interior stair.
Right.
Yeah, I think a view.
Okay, thank you. Jesse?
Yeah, definitely a view. Looks awkward, but who knows how much we're actually gonna see. I understand the need for it. It is behind the building, so we will be looking through houses and bushes and such. And if you don't mind going back to the elevation that shows it across on the side, this may be a bad idea, but maybe just run it across the board and see what they think. If because what's bothering me a lot on this is how the posts are so leggy and long and narrow. I don't know how this would look, but what if we tried shingling that, so it almost looks like it's a part of the building? That may, you should help with some of the rails and the posts and stuff like that. I don't know.
Make them 6x6s.
I'm not exactly sure, but I was just thinking. I mean, it would certainly be more expensive, but if you shingled it, it might camouflage it better.
Okay.
Just a thought. I don't know what the rest of the board thinks about that. It might be a bad idea, but just throwing it out there.
Thank you, Jesse. That's my, I think maybe we should look at some other alternatives to this, in that it does look like the back of sort of a city dwelling rather than a Nantucket house. Maybe it could also be maybe a trellis where it doesn't, it's a little bit more light than solid shingle, but I would look at some other alternatives. And I think in the meantime, I think most people want to have a view of it, Nathan.
Okay, I heard that.
Mm-hmm. So
I would make a motion to have a view, to have revisions, and at the end of all that, go back to hashtag.
I like that. So on Diane's motion, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nathan.
Oh, I see, so. You could make it look like it was an addition though, and leave the side facing the interior
Right.
open, just have like a big roof.
Or somehow incorporate that old window. I hate losing that old window. Okay, shh, quiet. Who's talking? Okay, 4 Marcus Way, William Stevens. William, are you here with us? Okay, so we can just pass right over 6 Marcus Way.
Should we look at the fire demo in case you need to do it in a hurry?
Oh,
No?
No, if he was in a hurry, he'd be here. So we're gonna jump right over to 73 Vestal. Where'd she go?
I know Carrie has to sit off this, but this is gonna be a tough one for me.
Oh,
I know.
oh dear. Okay. Okay, brace yourselves. Come on, Val. You, oh, all right.
And we used all the tissues up for the water spill.
Yeah. Okay, who's presenting this? Oh, is it Luke?
Yeah, it's me. Hi.
Hi, Luke.
Hey. Hey, do you think we should look at the other ones first? There's a garage move and the existing house we're relocating.
Okay.
70, new dwelling is first.
He wants to do the cottage or the garage.
I think we should do the new dwelling, right?
Well, it makes sense to see that the house that's there is moving to the back of,
Oh,
in my opinion.
Yeah,
so it's a move demo in here?
It's not demo.
there's no demo. It's just moving
Cottage
all around.
move, okay. Garage move. What's the pleasure of the board? Do you want to see the move first?
Okay.
The
Yeah,
cottage and the garage?
Yeah, I thought it was gonna be a booth demo. So.
Okay, we can just keep these right here. And we can get the cottage.
Existing house.
The cottage is becoming, I mean, the existing house is,
Becoming a house.
gotcha.
Ain't it the sign of the times?
Yeah, I'll say. Oh,
Is this more information or this is, we're good with?
So they're gonna do the cottage move first.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's okay.
thank God they're keeping it. I love a ranch.
Present?
Quiet.
I'm glad they're keeping it.
Okay, Luke, we're on the cottage, the move
Okay.
cottage.
Yeah. Well, we knew this was important for Val, so we decided to keep it.
Yeah.
Thank
Um,
you.
Yeah, it's a perfectly fine house. So what we're proposing to do to make it work is to remove the rear L that you see in that photograph and remove the chimney. And then replace the side wall that's currently clapboard with shingles and relocate it to the bottom of the bottom of the property.
Okay. And are you doing anything to it besides moving it?
If you scan up, we can go through the elevations.
Can you speak a little louder, Luke?
Yeah, I don't know why. I mean, yeah, is that better?
A little better, yeah.
Okay, so what you can see if you look at, excuse me, the proposed west elevation and you reference back to the north elevation, we're removing that one-story addition with the three windows. And in its place, we're going to be adding a G window on the left there. And that is it for the changes on the west elevation. On the south elevation, you'll see right below that, we're adding light kind windows to get a substantially more light into that space. And then if you continue to scroll up.
Thank you, Luke.
You can see on the north elevation, it remains exactly as it currently is, with the exception of the removal of that existing part. And on the east elevation, it's exactly it remains exactly the same.
Okay. Okay, thanks, Luke. Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay, board members. Go, Val.
Thank you for keeping it. The wing you're taking off was an add-on anyway. And I just want to note that this house was built in the 60s, I believe, by my uncle and grandfather and uncle's father. And look at the windows. Casement. Just saying.
Gorgeous. Other board members.
It's a hard act to follow. I'll go. I would prefer that it not be so close to the setbacks, but it is at the rear corner of the lots and the adjacent lots, so I'm terribly concerned about it. Those are my only comments.
That's it. Diane?
I have no problem with it going into where it's going in.
Jesse?
I am good. I think it's a great repurpose of a historically iconic building.
That's true. Let's make a lot of paper ruffling now. Do I hear an okay for this?
I make a motion to approve as submitted.
Okay, thanks, Diane. On Diane's motion, all in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Nay.
I'm gonna call noise complaint into the police for the music playing in the basement.
What are they working out?
Yeah. Yeah. You don't hear that? Oh my gosh.
Little thump going on.
No,
Those are upstairs.
that's a different kind of music.
Thank you. Interesting layout.
There you go, Jess.
Garage.
Are we doing garage or new house?
Garage.
I have house here.
Oh, this is the house? Oh, sorry. We. I thought we were gonna do the notes first.
No,
Pleasure of the board.
no.
Well, I saw where the garage is going,
No, it's
So
just.
close this up.
Moving over.
so I
the garage,
motion to approve the garage move.
We don't
See
have.
where it is?
Yeah,
Okay.
what's it
I'm
look
looking
like?
at
Does
that.
it look like the old
Let's
house?
move it on.
Yeah, just moving a few feet.
Oh, that is it?
Yeah, motion to approve. Someone already had
And
a
you're
motion
just
out.
keeping it? Okay. Nothing's changing to the garage?
We've changed the garage doors, I believe.
Okay, all right. Board members. Oh, you did? Okay, on Diane's motion, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you,
Nay.
Luke.
Welcome, Val.
Cha-cha-cha. Okay, now the big drum roll. Main house.
Yeah, so you want to go to the site first, please? So basically, what we were trying to accomplish here was bringing the main house more towards the center of the property, which we've, mainly accomplished. And I guess, actually, that's the bulk of what I wanted to say in reference to the site plan. It's not a huge footprint. You can go to the elevations, I guess. So Vestal Street, as you know, is it's a rural, sort of a very simple street for the most part. Most of the houses are, and that was our starting point. Really, was to create a simple rural type home. So it's effectively a simple gambrel roof in a box form with a screen porch off to the left and a gable forward to the rear. But just tried to keep our windows, upper windows aligned with as much as we could the windows below. Everything sort of centered. We have a fill-in porch concept on the right-hand side of the south elevation. but then that porch wraps around for a mudroom entrance from the garage area. The east elevation, it is what it is. Yeah, on the right-hand side, that's the kitchen addition concept.
I know, you gotta belt it out like you mean it, Luke.
The right-hand side is the concept of additive mass within a kitchen addition, a gable addition.
Okay, thanks, Luke. Board members.
You want to look at the rear?
I think it's a handsome, appropriate structure. I appreciate the height since it is on a hill. I got nothing.
No, I got a couple.
Okay, Stephen.
So, Luke, just looking at the, bear with me a second. So you're south. If we look at the south elevation without having to, hold on. Look, what's the cardinal point you'd be facing if you were on the left side of the south elevation facing the porch? The gable.
On the west side of the house on the left there?
Yeah, say you were on the left and you turn back to the house.
Yeah.
Which elevation is that?
Well, you have to go to the next page.
West?
Yes, the west elevation.
Okay, thank you. I just didn't want to, it's just easier to ask you than have to flip through these site plans. Can you just explain to me through the chair, this rendering on the rightmost portion of the west elevation of the windows, or the north elevation rather? It's different than what you see on that same jog in the building from the south.
Well, you have an infill porch on the far right side on the first floor. You have a mudroom entrance, then you have a screened-in porch, right? And then you're moving, as you move further to the left, you have the deck and covered porch, and in the distance you have the kitchen on the far end.
Right, but so the question is on this, the way I'm looking at this, based on what you just said, is these windows. Oh, you can't see it. I hate Zoom when we do this. If we had a tablet, we could, circle stuff. The windows to the right on the upper elevation, the left side of that jog, is that the wall we were just looking at with the fenestration on the north elevation? You see the two windows, Luke? On the south, on the rightmost first floor?
On the kitchen?
No, on the rightmost first floor.
To the right of the front door.
Yeah.
Right there. Where?
No,
right there? Right
those
there?
two.
That's an infill porch concept?
Yep, show me the left, that face, there's a wall 90 degrees that goes back to the front door. Show me the elevation that shows that wall that goes back to the front wall.
Okay.
Front door.
Go to the west side. There's no window in it. It's a solid. You can see a shadow coming across it on the far right side.
So it's on the right side?
Yeah.
Okay, because when you showed me the north, that's why I was asking what the difference in the windows were. Okay, thank you. Other than the windows on the screen porch on the west elevation and the west elevation screen porch having the eave at the same height as the porch, can we go up one? Yes. Yeah, I just think that you could lower the eave and the ridge of the mast on the left, which is the porch, to break that up. And it would also lower the height of those windows, the screened-in windows. It's really tall relative to the other windows.
Well, the screens are probably maybe 7'6", maybe. I mean, the windows are only 7 feet high, I believe.
You want to break up that line?
Yeah,
How about just drop the windows?
well, the idea is drop that eave.
No, I mean, that makes sense.
Anyways, that was just my comment, is that's a little, it seems a little tall and it could break up it would seem more like an additive mass than an extension. Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Jesse, did you go?
I haven't, no. Yeah, I like everything about the design. Can you scroll down? I just hold up my papers. It's the opposite side that I wanted to look at. So I guess it would be the east side.
It might be west.
Yeah, that's it. The picture windows.
Yeah.
Or is that the back? Oh, no, that's north. So you won't even see those. Okay. Yeah. I'm good.
Okay. Okay, great. Thanks, Jesse. Val, did you go?
I went first.
Okay, Diane, did you go?
No, not yet.
All right.
I think it will fit into the area very well, and the screen windows are good, interesting, that to have a really.
Please use your microphone.
It's good. I approve.
Okay, excellent.
Of the architecture.
Yeah, use a tablet. You don't have to make a bunch of noise with the paper.
So,
You have to have internet, and since Verizon
if I
is not
were to build a
offering
house,
have it here.
okay, if I were to build a house, this is the house I would build. So, what's the pleasure of the,
approve as submitted.
as submitted? Do you want to try that?
Yeah.
Okay, all in favor of Diane's motion to approve?
Aye.
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 Any nays?
I'm gonna abstain.
Okay, I understand. But that passes. So, thanks, Luke.
Okay, thank you all. Appreciate it.
That town has Wi-Fi in here. Well. Quit your complaining.
Verizon is having a best looker. I mean, yesterday.
Yeah, Verizon's a pain,
I'm just gonna sign this and I'll be on my way.
Good.
but thankfully we don't have to deal with it
Nice
anymore.
birthday dinner.
It's a pecan duckling.
Ooh,
So we did all of those, and now on 6-7 Mile Lane.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.
Ben.
Good night, have fun, Jess.
Yeah, happy birthday.
Don't do anything you wouldn't do when you were younger.
29?
By a day.
Just guessing, 29.
Happy birthday.
Yeah.
I would.
Did. Thank you. Thank you. I tried to make sure I liked them all. Thank you very much.
Good night.
All right. Bring back some birthday cake.
I love cake.
Yeah,
We want our time and we want to eat our cake too.
that's all right. 6-7 Mile Lane. Is that Sconset?
Yeah.
That's that weird little road off to the right. Okay.
That's where the old dump was.
That's, you're dating yourself. You are
Used to get firewood
dating
there.
Welcome, Ben.
BB guns. Okay, we're just waiting for the drawings. Main house addition,
There you go.
additions.
Did you sign it?
That's me right there.
Oh, all right, here you go.
Can I have some of those cheesy things?
You better keep them down there. You can't just eat one. Way in the back. Okay, Ben, oh, sorry. Okay, Ben,
All right, so, yeah, we're at 6-7 Mile Lane. And it might be good to start on the site plan. This is the last lot on the dead end street. The rear, or, I guess, south property line abuts a number of acres of conservation land. There's no construction going on back there. The house was built in the early 2000s. I forget, I don't even remember the year. But it's a very unique building. It's got these 3 very prominent front gables, which are actually really interesting. And the concept of this addition is to really maintain that kind of presence, the 3 very striking gables, and then to create kind of in the background a new eave line with a garage and a mansion above it. And then, of course, other little kind of tiddly-dink things around the building. But the real meat and potatoes of this project is the addition on the left side of the north elevation. But again, the concept is to really maintain the presence of the existing building, and that the addition sort of fades into the background as kind of a subordinate lesser piece.
thanks, Ben. Is this in the historic district? I don't think so.
No.
No. Board members.
Madam Chair, sorry, I do have SAB comments. It's in their area.
Okay, go ahead, Holly.
Thank you. So SAB took a look at this yesterday. And on the addition, they said the north and south elevations ridge should come down to match the height of the west gable. Second floor deck is quite busy. Floating exterior stairs could be enclosed. However, question of visibility at this location. So those are their comments, Madam Chair. And yes, it's I think 2003 is the date of the structure. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Board members. Thanks, Val.
Ben, there isn't one dimension on this plan or on the application.
It's scalable.
I don't have a scale.
I got a scale here.
No, I mean, I'm just pointing that out.
Did you wanna, I can tell you something.
I agree with the deck on the second floor. Can that be seen from the extensive walking trail?
I don't think there's any walking trails back
there. And also with just lowering that addition so that it's more subordinate to what's there, but it's appropriate.
That right side one? The right side shed?
Not the little shed, if you're looking at the north on the right, it's the garage, garage.
On the left.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Val. Diane?
Yeah, I think with what has been mentioned, that it is good. I think the comments made about what should be done are appropriate, and I would go along with them.
Stephen?
Dimensions, yes. I don't think changing that gable makes any sense, given the distance from the street, the lack of visibility, and the fact that these gables are very much alike with respect to their height, 1, 2, 3, across the south elevation. And modifying that ridge is going to change that. And to what end? It's like having fake windows on the back of a house. What are we doing? Those are my comments. Thank you.
I like that. Carrie?
Yeah, I think it reads a little bit long and it sort of competes with the gables a little bit, but I'm hearing Ben and it's set back a bit from those gable faces, and I do think the location, it's not, it's not enough to be inappropriate. So I think this is okay.
What do you think of the little dormer on the front?
The over the front door?
No, over the garage.
Did you look at that as a gable dormer?
You know, I didn't want to create another gable on the front of the building. I wanted to
there's
keep
so
those-
many already.
Well, I know, I want to keep those 3 as the 3. now. There isn't any other little gable dormer. It could be, but I just didn't want to compete with the.
But you put it on the back, right?
I did, yeah. I mean, I felt like I could get away with more on the back. But, yeah, I just didn't want to compete with the existing architecture. I'm really trying to fix that.
Okay, my comments are, I was wondering if on that far right, where you have that shed going down, that far right little end piece, I wonder if that could have a corner board on it, just to bring that down. And then I was thinking that on that far left, second floor, I think that dormer, I wish it were just a little bit bigger. The windows, making a little bit more of a statement. It looks a little, just sort of almost too secondary. I wanted to say a little bit more, but let's see what the pleasure of the board is.
Like 6 leg, you mean, instead of the 3 leg?
Just a little chunkier.
Might help upgrade that the expanse of the roof, because it won't burn along.
Because he didn't want, I thought he didn't want to
Yeah.
take stuff away from the existing.
Well, I'm not,
I mean, that's what I'm trying not to, but I'm happy to. And yeah, I can make it tall, bring it up, I'll make it 2 6 like this.
We're talking about that little dormer?
Yeah.
Oh my God, you guys.
Oh, okay, she's done with that. No, I think it just looks puny.
Were you registering your support, Val, or was that just frustration that you don't have a tablet?
Okay, so, does anybody have a hard feeling about this?
I do. I think we've talked about it more than enough.
So what does that mean?
I don't really know where we are on it, so I'm not gonna make a motion.
Well,
I know where I am on it.
so
I'll make a motion to approve as is.
okay, that's cool.
And then
Okay, all in favor of Carrie's motion? Aye. Thank you, Ben.
He's still got a few more things.
Yeah.
A new shed and a pool.
Those dead ends.
Them and the deer are gonna be swimming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You want to scroll a little lower as well, you see the comparison between the kind of, oh no, I'm sorry, a little higher. Go over it. I just want to show them the streetscape.
Madam Chair, through you, Ben, we can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. I was just trying to get the screen to show the existing structure versus with the shed next to it. So technically, this is a zoning shed. It's under 200 square feet, so I think we all know what it kind of looks like, but it is a zoning shed.
Yeah, actually.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
Sconset had no concerns and neither do I.
Okay, terrific. I like that. What about the board members? Sorry, what about the board members?
I have no concern.
Motion to approve.
Thank you,
Discussion on
Val.
the motion.
What's that?
Discussion on the motion.
Go for it.
I think the hip is really a great detail. It picks up the concept of the hip over the front door, which that little jog in the building is odd on the main house. But if you were to come back in 3 minutes and say you could make that dormer on the main house a hip roof, that would be marvelous. I'm in favor of this one.
Okay, who made Val, you made the motion, right? To approve? All right, all in favor of Val's motion?
Aye.
Hip, hip, hooray. Hip, hip, hooray.
We're at 2 minutes and 31 seconds, Ben. Are you thinking about it?
I am thinking about it.
How about the option?
I would love the option. I think it would be an interesting way to handle that door.
I'd like to, I'm gonna make a motion to reopen 6-7 Mile Lane Main House Edition.
To modify the.
Well, I have
Oh,
to-
yeah, all in favor of Stephen's motion,
Aye.
reopening the main dwelling? Aye, everybody's an aye.
I'd like to make a motion to provide the applicant the option to turn that dormer, proposed dormer, into a hip roof.
I was actually gonna say that.
Proposed, the
That
far
dormer
left,
we were talking about?
the one I wanted bigger?
Yeah, turn it
Oh.
into a hip to match the main. it'll-
Okay, cool. Everybody, did everybody understand what Stephen's motion is?
Yes.
Okay, all in favor of Stephen's motion?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Yeah, you
Yes.
can write it down there.
Thank you, Ben.
Thank you. No, I think that's a great idea.
Thank Carrie. She took the words out of my head.
And we took them out of Val's.
Val's head, and she's mad at us because we said them.
No, I wasn't gonna say it because I didn't want to like make another
Make
remark
some
that was
noise.
ridiculous.
Grumpy, grumpy, grumpy.
No remark is ridiculous here.
Wow. I don't know about that.
I mean, calling a railing a picket fence. This is a shed.
Who
not
did
the
that?
cabana shed.
So option, proposed dormer roof.
A hip replacement.
As a hip replacement. Okay, that's done. Squiggle, squiggle.
There we go. Ready for the swimming pool?
No.
Could have used it today.
Excuse me.
This is the pool.
Shed.
It's gonna look so much better with a hip.
You got any fencing, Ben, or is it a?
No, it's an auto cover.
Okay. I've got nothing on this.
It's so far.
Madam Chair,
Holly.
Oh, Holly, go ahead.
the only comment Sab has was where is the location of the pool equipment? And the only comment I have is although due to lack of visibility, you're not going to see it, but it would be nice to have the patio have more rounded edges to reflect everything else. It has more rounded edges. Other than that, that's it.
Thank you, Holly.
Yep, so the pool equipment is noted. It's on the back side or the north side of the shed, behind a kind of a privet hedge that we're proposing.
Yep, you can see it.
Yeah, cool. There it is.
I have a question through you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so, yeah, let's talk as one person. Go ahead. Stephen.
Question, Ben, or Holly, the lot behind it, is that land bank land or conservation land?
I know
It's
it's
a
open
trust, I
space. I'm
Yeah.
not quite sure.
Isn't it conservation?
Concept
land?
trust.
I think it's, goes into the all that becomes part of DPW, Coast Guard, all that
Okay,
sewer.
thank you. So that just underscores, I think, Holly's comment that it should not be visible at time of inspection and thereafter, which kind of covers us. Not that anybody's gonna want people looking in at their pool, but.
Yeah, but that's where my issue comes in, is that the patio is in the setback, and I think it should not be, because that should be remaining for any natural screening in case that land behind is opened up for walkers or whatever. We did that before at the
Kip
the
Webster's.
forest, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good
National
idea.
Forest. So I think that should just come in off the setback
Okay.
for more vegetation.
Okay, Carrie, thank you. Stephen, did you go?
No, nothing to add.
Nothing to add. Val,
I have nothing.
Diane, where are your? Okay, well, yeah, I guess you're not gonna see the pool, so.
Here is a picture from overhead.
Okay, if the board is happy with the
Motion to
proposed.
approve through staff with the patio extended into the setback
that pool?
removed.
Okay, did everybody get that? All in favor of Stephen's motion? Aye.
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 Aye, no nays.
All right, thanks, everybody. Have a good
I
night.
heard
Thank
if we
you,
get to
Ben.
number 17, we get to go home early.
I know, that's really amazing.
Remember, we have those two we held up? that
Chip
we had to do?
Webster's. I'm teasing. Because we didn't get our pizza.
And my handicap
What
taxi
did,
is coming at
what did
8:30.
what did the town say about that?
I don't know if Ray wrote his letter yet. Wrote our letter yet. Mr. Chairman. Oh, cool. Hopefully, we're gonna get full-throated support
Yeah, drinks as well.
and
86
drinks as well.
Huh.
Abby, I love you.
Thank you. 86 Cliff rooftop
Hey, how you
solar,
doing?
main
Good.
house. Robbie Newman. Robbie Newman.
Is he gonna ask to hold this?
Madam Chair, I believe he wanted that held as well.
Oh, did we already vote on that?
I don't-
Okay.
No, motion hold 86.
No, you did. Yeah, you did not. Go ahead, Steve.
Motion hold 86 Cliff for representation.
Thank you, Stephen, on that motion. Aye. No nays. No nays. Is that for
No
your
nays.
nasal spray?
No
or
nays.
something?
The no nays have it.
So then we jump right into 6 topping lift.
I presume that's a hold too.
Yeah, because that's Rob.
Now, motion to hold 6 topping lift for representation.
Thank you, Stephen. All in favor of Stephen's motion?
Aye.
Aye. No nays.
42B union.
To be or not?
The question. To have pizza or not to have pizza? What did I say? Bagels and lox and bagels?
Yeah.
Oh my God, you should have just taken me out behind the shed and shot me.
Yeah.
No, because I heard there's a recall on those.
What?
Yeah,
The
there-
red ones.
Yeah, there's a cancer-causing thing in the Skittles. Yeah, Jesus.
What?
Oh, and Hershey's is
No,
not
I
gonna
would
have,
like some, Val. I'll take my chances.
Hershey's is not gonna have enough candy
I'm
for,
I'm on a roll of munching.
for Halloween, Val.
I'm on a roll of
I
Well-
heard that.
Okay. Oh, and they make Twizzler too. The Twizzler might have leak.
Oh, I love
I'm,
Twizzlers.
this is what I believe I heard. I'm not saying this is a fact, just in
Yum,
case
the
the,
cheese.
Okay,
you know.
oh boy.
You can take her out, but you can't get her Skittles.
Is James Van Tassi here?
Oh my God, it's so yummy.
Okay, I'm gonna. eat
James. For 42B Union.
You already held that.
Oh, we did?
Yeah, you're looking at Three Meadow.
3
Meadowview.
Meadow, Katuitt Solar.
Oh, force me.
Is she here?
Motion to hold 3 Meadowview Drive for representation.
Okay, all in favor of Stephen's motion? Aye. No nays.
Oh, it's Luke again.
Get out of here.
You take my credentials.
McGovern, Moriarty.
Moriarty, bad guy.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm here.
I hear.
26 Lincoln. Is this, Wisconsin?
This is Sconset.
Where's Chips Webster in a car? That's odd. I hope he's not going to present while he's driving. Chip, I see you.
I'm not driving. I'm sitting very still, waiting. my
Okay.
turn. Okay.
All right, we'll see you soon.
Cool.
All right. Luke,
Yeah. Yeah, we just have some minor changes, which I'll go through.
okay.
As you can see on the upper elevation, on the right-hand side, we've removed a door and we're adding a window. And we're changing the style of the garage doors, the swing out doors. On the elevation below that, we are, you may recall, had originally asked for French doors leading out to a deck. And then we moved back for the approval for one window. But the owners, no, it's a bedroom, and they really felt like they just didn't have enough light, and asked me to resubmit with another window separated. So hopefully that's acceptable. And then on the rear, we changed the window as well. And you had given us a picture window before, and now everyone on the planet wants these hinge out windows. So that you guys approved on in Sconset somewhere. So that center window now basically pivots out and hinges in the middle.
Oh, yeah.
Can't see it from anywhere. You can't see it from anywhere if you look at the site plan.
Oh, I don't want to see on the front of the house. Okay, thank you, Luke. Holly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I don't have any comments from Sconset. I'm not sure if they reviewed it or not, but I don't have it. I will notate for the record that the main dwelling was in 1975. Actually had an HDC survey, surprisingly. And I believe that this structure is new, correct, Luke?
Yeah, this is.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
you all approved this about like last year, I believe. I don't really have any comments on the proposal. I don't have any concerns, specifically for these awning windows on the rear. I don't think they would be visible. I agree with Luke on that. And it's using the same proportions as what you were originally approved, as shown on the screen. And don't have any concerns on the proposed two windows. Do appreciate that the two windows in the gable end that is visible is not ganged. So those are the comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Holly. Board members.
I think it's appropriate. We're not
Thank
gonna
you,
see it.
Val. Diane.
I think it is too. I think we're not gonna see it. I think it's a little fun. It's a nice, fun house, and so I think it's appropriate in here.
Thank you, Diane. Stephen.
Motion to approve is submitted.
All in favor of Stephen's motion?
Aye.
Aye, no nays.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Sure. Do I hear a motion for that? All in favor of Diane's motion?
Discussion on the motion.
Okay, go ahead.
Through you, Madam Chair. Ezzy, is there a movement afoot on this one and others that don't have the digital to get those in for the next one? But we're gonna get them. Okay, thanks. Yep, I'm an aye.
Okay, all in favor of, was it Diane's motion?
Yeah.
What was Diane's motion?
To hold
With the
representation.
2 North Cliff?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, please remember to use your microphone.
Okay, we're trying.
Okay, that is passed. So we're on to 94 Orange.
But
What?
Chip,
What?
didn't Chip come in? Are we gonna go back to his? Remember we skipped over it?
Yeah, Chip is here and you were going to go back when he got here.
Okay.
I'm here.
20 seconds.
Okay, what's the address again, Chip?
I have two applications up this evening. I'm not sure which one is first. One of them is 27 Cato.
Okay,
79 Pacomo was first, whichever one you want to do in whatever order.
Doesn't matter. Let's do 27 Cato. I think that's easy.
Well, there was no digital copy.
Oh, yeah? No.
Val, I sent it to HGC Emissions, Esme and Adrian. And Chip has it too.
Yeah, it just, we couldn't review it ahead of time.
Yeah. What she said.
That's why.
Okay, 27 Cato
I
Lane.
just like to review. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Is it Chip or Tori?
It can be either one of us. It's a project of mine and Tori is assisting me with it. Basically, it is super minor revisions to an existing approval where when we got into the floor plan, we made some minor adjustments where we moved a window a little bit this way or a door a little bit this way. And it's pretty straightforward. So there's an existing approval, the minor modifications, which are, as I mentioned, primarily just shifting slightly, fenestration is what is before you. Do you have the drawings?
Yes, we're looking at them
Okay.
while you speak.
Oh, there we go. Okay, perfect. Okay, so here we go. On the, I think it's the east elevation, there are two windows that have a cloud around them. We moved slightly to the right from the existing approval because it worked. All these were things that when we got into the floor plan, we made minor adjustments to accommodate the floor plan. So on the east elevation, which is the street side elevation, that's the only change, shifting the two windows slightly to the right. On the west elevation, which is the one below it, you can see there are two windows that were closer together that we've moved further apart. And we changed a single window to a double window at the basement level. So those are the only changes there. On the south elevation, there are three windows. Again, there were slight adjustments to them based on the interior floor plan. And then there's a window that's on the left-hand side of the elevation that we are proposing to increase the size of. That window is on the back side of the house and is not visible from anywhere. And then on the north elevation, you can see there were no changes. So again, summary is that these were minor modifications made from fine tuning the floor plans and shifting things a little bit. So I turn it over to the board for comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Chip. Board members.
I'm still not convinced we're not going to see that rear elevation because it does back up to away in Hiawassee in the back. But I think everything else is appropriate.
Okay, Diane, while you're right there.
Yep, I agree with that. I don't know if you want to take, wait a minute. Scott. I agree with that. I don't know if you want to have a view to go and look and see whether the back part is visible from the indicator lane or the cemetery, which is regarded as a public way. There's no mention of the cemetery there, but there is one. So I don't know, but
Okay,
I'd like to go look.
good question. So, Stephen or Carrie, you ready?
I don't really have that many issues with it, but my issue is the fact that you are putting a pool 8 feet below ground, so you're digging out.
Microphone.
Sorry, Terry. My issue is more with the sunken garden at basement level and then the pool going down from there. I see you have type 2 fences and pavers and stuff. Is this part of this application, Chip? When is that coming in?
That was already approved.
So the pool and hardscaping is not part of this application and will be hopefully coming soon from Atlantic Landscaping. The courtyard was reviewed as part of an earlier application, and it was required to have that 4-foot type 2 fence around the perimeter of it as part of the approval. So just to read that back, the type 2 fence around the courtyard was part of an approval. All the stuff that's inside of that is not part of the application or previous approval.
Okay, but it is at basement level, right?
Correct.
I hope you don't hit water when you dig for the pool. You might hit the aquifer. Yeah, I don't think I have any issues with that.
Stephen,
Resting squarely on the applicant, I'd like to understand why it's nearly a month after this was submitted and we didn't get the digital submissions until recently. I think that's a big problem. I'm seeing 5 of them in the agenda now. So
Even that was my mistake and I apologize. It was in my pile working at the office and failed to get to Esme. I apologize.
I just want to warn applicants that I'm going to start coming down hard on that because I like to be prepared in advance. That's going to be one of our recommendations for best practices. And it's unfair to staff to have to go back and backtrack to figure out where, what is, when, and why. So
I
I just want to be clear to people that that's an important aspect. And I think in the future, I'll make motions to hold an application until it's complete, just to broadcast that.
Yep.
With
completely
respect to
understood.
this one, I'm not terribly comfortable with the design itself. I didn't sit on it. I didn't vote to approve it, so I'm gonna sit off this, the
architecture?
rest of it, yeah,
Okay. All right, well,
in terms of comments.
yeah, I mean, if people are worried about seeing this from Hiawassee, maybe a view is in to see if that big picture window is going to be viewed. But we could also just go back to what the previous submission was, which was just a large 6 slide. Go ahead. Did you want to say something, Chip?
Oh, I was going to say, it sounds like to me that there's some potential concern on the increase of size of the picture window. So if it's the pleasure of the board to approve it, without the change in that, and we could come back with that at a later time, that would be okay with me.
Okay, thank you, Chip, for that. All right, what's the pleasure of the board? Stephen wants to sit off this one, but we still have,
I'll abstain in the vote, that's all.
okay, so we still have 4, though.
Yeah, I'm okay with the window changes. It's more a concern about the sinking down part of it, which I know we did approve, but now it looks like it's gonna tear and kind of down more, so I'm not sure, but that's not in front of us right now.
Right, that's the landscape, so, okay, so still, I don't have a good consensus of what everybody wants to do.
I'm gonna try making a motion to approve with the large picture window going back to the size it was formally approved, and when it's all framed up, if he wants to come back, because we won't be able to see it, he can do that without prejudice.
Okay, thank you, Val, for that motion. All in favor of Val's motion?
Aye.
Aye. Any no nays? No, just one abstention. Thank you, Chip.
Thank you, everyone. Okay, And then the other application I have before you is at 79 Pocomo. If you want to take a look at that.
Yes. Add roof walk revisions. Thank you.
It's too high.
All right. Probably this sheet is probably the best starting place because this is the street side. So when the board reviewed this originally, there was issue with the size of our proposed widow's walk. And in the end, we removed the approval. The approval was made with the removal of the widow's walk. Quite honestly, I think when you look at these drawings, you'll see that without the widow's walk, it's sort of, in my opinion, like it's missing something there. I do agree that the original widow's walk was oversized. So what we are proposing is a reduced widow's walk. And that's the only item on this application. So I turn over the board for comments. Thank you.
Board members.
I'll go.
Okay, thanks.
I think the roof walk is, with a skirt is inappropriate. With the height of the roof walk is also inappropriate relative to the ridge. It's elevated, the floor system should be just, an inch above it. And I think that's really my comments.
Thanks, Stephen. Carrie, you
Yeah, I
ready?
think the proportion is not right. I think I like it much better without the roof walk, to tell you the truth. The center post is bizarre. It looks like a little tiny king hat on a little child's king hat on a big massive guy.
I'll go. Yes.
Can you say that?
It is absolutely out of size with the house itself, and it is unnecessary. So I think it is inappropriate on this particular building.
Thank you, Diane. Val?
Chip, I think it needs to be bigger to scale to this house somehow. And what is it, white?
Well, the original approval was with white trim, so that is the application. However, I would absolutely consider natural to make it blend in.
Yeah, that would make it more palatable. I think it has to do with the scale or the proportion of this with regard to the house.
And
What about the height of it relative?
No, and you were right about that, the sticking up above the ridge part. You have to revisit that.
Okay, it's not a
And the
free-for-all.
skirt.
One
And
at a
the
time. Val, go ahead.
No, I'm done.
Okay.
And the height of the skirt, that's practically a building.
Okay, that's enough comments. Okay. So I agree with Val. I think it's either got to be split into thirds and made larger and wider to fit the size of this roof line. I mean, it looks really dinky up there. So it's either got to get bigger and I'm not a big fan of the post coming right out of the center gable there. So,
Can I get a clarification, please?
yes.
Bigger, we're saying east to west is viewed from the south and the north, not bigger.
Correct.
East,
east to
west,
the west.
right, east, west. Like right now, it looks like 10 feet. I think it should be more like 15 or something.
Because the
Or-
east-west is very large.
Yeah.
So it's like the orientation of this, it needs to rotate 90 degrees on its
Why did
axis.
you make it so high?
Yeah, and what's up with the height on that, Chip?
Well, I totally agree with the board that it needs to be lowered such that the skirt board is just kissing the ridge. Absolutely agree with that. I also agree that I think if it were 50% larger east-west, so that it's the same, we have, call it 2 modules or 2 bays right now. If there were 3, that would remove the post from the middle and probably make it more in scale with the house. So
Yeah,
I think all three of those observations I completely agree with.
I have one other comment, Madam Chair.
Okay, one other comment from Stephen.
Chip, the thing, and for members to keep in mind is, Chip, even as it is now, your chimneys are gonna have to be about 2.5 feet taller to meet code. So if you're within 10 feet, you need to be 2 feet above the structural element. So these chimneys are gonna have to be, I'd say, the better, well, yeah, 2.5 feet taller.
Okay.
Dramatically change the
Right now there's 7. if that's right.
presentation.
If this is 1/4 inch, yeah. So, well, okay, so let's have him come back and see what he can do with this. Do I hear a motion?
Motion to over revision.
Okay, in favor of Diane's motion? Aye. Aye.
I think Val has to.
Any nays?
Oh, my battery's running out. I gotta go pretty soon.
I know, well,
Should just
All right.
be the tablet battery runs out, you get to go.
I know, it's. All right, so, it is 8:15. I think we can.
By the way, thank you, everyone. Have a great evening.
Thank you, Chip.
Bye-bye. Thanks.
Did we do Did we do 2 North Cliff Way? Yeah. 94 Orange. Okay, so we're going right over that and, yeah.
Also, 47 Oak Street for the applicant because it's a whole folder.
Okay, do we have to motion that?
Madam Chair, we can't hear you.
No.
We got one of that, Val Oliver.
Do we have to motion about 47 Milk Street? too?
No.
Just a minute, Madam Chairman. I hung in here for a minute. I'd like you, if you could, I'm going to put it over to next week, all of them, but I would like you all to take a viewing. I'm going to try to get some view poles up there in the next couple of days. They should be up by the weekend, but I'd like you to take a viewing before you actually see it. Come to it next week.
So the 39 Pleasant?
No, 47 Milk.
Oh.
I have a question. Was a motion made on 94 Orange?
To hold?
Yeah, did you make a motion or were you going to do that with Matthew, with the 47 Milk? Do them all at once, or are you just gonna go ahead and wrap up for if you wrap up for the evening, you don't need to make a motion because it automatically carries over.
No, I don't think we can wrap up for the evening. That's such a lovely idea.
It's pleasant. Make a motion to hold 94 Orange Street and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 47 Milk Streets for representation.
And please,
Okay.
I'm here. So it's not a representation. I'm here. I just want you to take a viewing before next
I
week.
know, but it would have been easier if you didn't mention it, because then we could just hold them for, they
Yeah,
would've
but I
just
wanted
showed
to
up.
say that we're going to have ridge poles and to take a viewing. That's why I hung in.
Yeah, well, we can view, you're gonna do ridge poles, but we're gonna hold them for representation, and then that way they'll just automatically show up in the next roll.
All
Well,
in
then
favor
my-
of Stephen's
all right.
motion?
You know what I'm saying?
No, because my client's going to think I wasn't here.
No,
Oh.
you're,
All right, do what you need
tell
to
them to
do.
call me, I'll square them away.
All in favor of Stephen's motion?
Aye.
Aye. Not, hold 94
gonna-
Orange and 47
We're
Milk.
gonna pick them up the next time we pick up the agenda. And we're obviously gonna do a view because staff is gonna inform us that there's some polls up.
So, Val, I didn't hear you on that. Aye, okay, we're
And I
holding
want to
those.
hold 39 Pleasant Street for HSAB.
And a digital copy.
Okay, do I hear a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Okay, all in favor of that motion, holding
Aye.
39 Pleasant? Aye,
Aye.
that is a go. And now 90 Bentley Churchill?
Elizabeth?
Elizabeth Churchill?
Yeah, come in.
Elizabeth?
May I ask, Madam Chair?
Yeah.
Can we pull Holly to see if she sees anyone on this next group? Because we're moving
Yeah.
pretty quick.
Holly,
Yes,
who do you
ma'am.
see in the queue?
I'm here.
I see Tori, Luke, an iPad 2. That might be Dustin again. Robert's iPad. Don't know who that is. Gail's iPad, and that's it.
So we have Val, I guess,
This is easy.
and then
Wanna,
Tori.
How do we do that?
Yes, do we have to vote on
Motion to
these?
hold 90 Washington Street and 29 Coffin Street for representation.
On that motion,
Aye.
aye. Okay, so we just held 39, 90, and 29, 26, 27, and 28. That was the motion. And now we're at Val Oliver.
Yes, should be easy.
Yeah, and this is going to be our last for the night.
There's two applications, one to demo the existing silo attached to the school structure, and the second application is to rebuild it exactly the same. We've gone through NPT, who holds the preservation easement on the structure, and I think Holly can confirm this. They have given us a thumbs up. Yep.
Yes.
So it's very straightforward.
It's going.
Madam Chair.
It's not moving, it's just getting taken down and rebuilt.
Just that 10 feet or whatever.
You're not in the microphone, just so you know.
What's the 10 feet?
Well, there's an existing one on the right and the proposed one on the left.
Uh-huh.
Is the existing one on the right the one that's coming down?
No.
Are there going to be two
not
silos
two.
side by side?
There are not two silos there, are there?
Yes, there are.
The one that's coming down is nearest the school.
Correct.
In such condition that it can't be restructured.
Keep going on this, scrolling through this.
they're
There's many
rebuilding in the
pages
back
to it to
side.
show you.
It's going back just the way it came down.
Okay, it's going right back in the same spot.
Exactly the
Oh,
same spot.
then
Okay,
of course,
so,
why can't you replace it?
What do you
Right.
think about that?
Yeah.
I think it's a very good idea. I think the silos are marvelous. They use it to do.
Are you
shows.
talking into the microphone?
I think
Madam
the
Chair.
silos are marvelous. They do art shows in them. They're used for the kids and the artists, and they are being maintained as they were back then, and they're the only two left that we know of on the island. And they've spent a lot of time restoring the whole smear out there, and the silos. I've seen the old silo, and I've seen what the guy from Maine comes down and does.
Okay, very good. I think Holly wanted to say something. Holly?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So I just wanted to mention for the record, I did receive hot off the press today, a letter from Nantucket Preservation Trust. If I could read, since I received it this afternoon and wasn't able to provide it to you all before this meeting, I'd like to read it into the record. August 1st, 2020, this is to Kathy, who is president of NISDA. Dear Kathy, the Nantucket Preservation Trust, acting under the provisions of paragraph 3.1 of the preservation restriction that it holds on the former Seaview Farm, hereby approves a proposal dated May 25th, 2022 to reconstruct the west silo. NPT believes that reconstruction is in keeping with the Secretary of the Interior standards for reconstruction. NISDA's approval was detailed and well reasoned. On behalf of NPT, I wish you the best of luck with this project. Please contact me with any questions. Sincerely yours, Mary Bergman, Executive Director. So we'll put that in the file.
Thank you. Thank you,
you.
Holly.
Thanks, Holly. Okay, comments from the board. Diane, you went. Stephen?
Yeah, I think we could have approved this a little while ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Carrie?
I'm a yay.
And I'm a yay as well. So,
Is that for both applications?
well, I don't know. New shed.
Yes, demo west silo and rebuild west silo.
It's a,
Yeah.
Yes.
it's not what we
two,
think of as
two
a
for
shed.
one? Okay.
Yes, the motion is for both.
Okay, so whose motion?
I just made it.
Okay, all in favor of Stephen's motion?
Aye.
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 Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, yeah, we're gonna take them down and then put them up again?
With some cows.
The cows.
It can't be repaired, the one that is so
No.
bad.
Okay, what about minutes and things like that?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
do you have one
Yes.
more for Val, or do you have time to look at my move on?
Where are you, Tori?
I'm the next one, 53, my comment.
On from Holly. Yeah.
I don't have an HBC submission for it, and we don't have that application in the queue, because we didn't think we would get this fast.
Oh.
What happened?
Tori, they don't have it, we don't have it here in the building.
We don't have a digital either.
Yeah, no, the digital was definitely sent to Esme's folder. I think she has that.
She doesn't.
Right, but she,
Oh, if it was just sent today, that's.
No, it was not just sent today. I didn't know, I wasn't told that, I thought that one was all set. The, last week, we figured that out. So you guys don't have anything?
No.
Mm,
what do you think, Esmeralda, do we?
okay.
Hold on, Tori.
To just add something to what Stephen said, this is amongst us. If something is not on here, it's incumbent on people to review these ahead of time, not for the staff to get in touch with every single person who.
Right, screws up.
No. Val?
Yeah.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, and as you guys know, I'm in there almost every day. And I'm constantly in communication with them to make sure that we've discussed that they've checked every box. I know we've missed one tonight. I did not think there was an issue with 53, my comment.
Well, I think the bottom line is for a submission to be fully complete, you're supposed to submit electronically when you submit the paperwork. So
And I usually do, Stephen, and there's issues with the scanning sometimes for the size of the packages.
right, but that's on you guys. I mean, not to be insensitive, but
No,
this
I
is
understand.
exactly the kind of waste of time. And I'm not going to go back and forth with you, Tori.
I'm not
This is-
trying to, I'm just explaining.
You are, Tori, please stop. It doesn't matter. If there's a problem with the scanner, you all need to plan in advance so that your submission is on time. So we're not, we're wasting time just even talking about this. Are there motion, or is there minutes?
Yes, there are minutes. Sorry about that, Tori. We'll get it next time.
Okay, Madam Chair, could I just clarify? The submission was on time, Stephen.
It
Thank
wasn't, Tori, if you didn't submit electronically the day of the deadline. And
I was trying to
Madam Chair, why are you allowing an applicant to argue with the commissioners?
I'm not doing that. Okay, so, all right, minutes. Where are the minutes? Where are the minutes? That we have,
There's none to approve. It doesn't look.
I thought Terry said there were.
19th, the 19th.
Okay, do I hear a motion to, okay, the minutes?
Motion to approve the minutes of the 19th.
All in favor of Val's motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Abstain.
Abstained. And do I hear that wonderful other motion?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
There's also, I don't know, this pertains, if this will take care of the motion to amend previously adopted HBC minutes.
I'll make a motion to amend the previously adopted minutes of June 21st, 2020 as follows. Page 7 of 13, change the voting commissioners, limiting Ms. Camp to read Paul Coombs, Oliver Welch, Thornwell.
I think that was a motion. All in favor of Stephen's motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, all in favor of Stephen's motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Oh, let's stay.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Thank you.
John Boy.
Nighty nights.
Is there a
Stephen.
light flashing on and on?
Yeah. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, all over Nantucket, all the time. It happens in our house too.
No.